1. Stop where you are and listen. Heaven has pressed pause on everything around you so that this moment would not slip away. You may think you just stumbled here by accident, scrolling without thought. But that is a lie. You are not here by chance. You are here because God Himself pulled you into this very second. The reason is simple. You are falling into something dangerous. And the Spirit of God is crying out, "Stop." Aru. There is a weight over your life right now. You have felt it in the pit of your stomach, in the unease that lingers at night, in the way your mind refuses to rest. You have asked yourself, why does it feel like I am standing on a cliff? Why does everything look so tempting, yet so heavy? This is the holy alarm within you. Do not ignore it. Chosen one. Your steps are being watched more carefully than others. Why? Because you are marked. You were never ordinary. The same attacks that others brush off would be lethal for you. Because your calling is greater. That is why the darkness has wrapped its trap in beauty, in charm, in promises that look sweet but will corrode your soul if you take one more step forward. I need you to hear this. God is begging you to stop, because mercy still covers you. But mercy is not eternal if rebellion continues. One more careless choice, one more careless yes, could close the door that is still open. This is not said to terrify you, but to wake you. Heaven sees the web being woven around you, and the Spirit is shouting before it's too late. Even your sleepless nights are evidence. Every time your chest feels heavy, every time you sense something off but cannot explain it, that is divine interruption. The Spirit does not let His chosen rest while danger circles. Many around you cannot hear it. They will call you dramatic, sensitive, or paranoid. But you are not crazy. You are discerning. You are chosen. The trap always comes dressed as an opportunity, a shortcut, a fast door to what you prayed for. It might look like love. It might look like money. It might look like influence. But the cost is not written on the label. The cost is hidden behind the curtain. Peace drained, purity stolen, destiny delayed, obedience lost. God is trying to keep you from paying with your soul what the enemy offers in temporary glitter. Hear me, chosen one. Your life is worth more than the temporary thrill. You are worth more than the counterfeit promise. You are being begged to stop. Not because God wants to restrict you, but because He wants to preserve the glory that is waiting just ahead. Do you realize that every time you resist, you terrify hell? Darkness shakes at your no. This is why you feel the pressure so strongly right now. The enemy is not after your present comfort. He is after your crown. He knows if you step into your true assignment, generations will shift. He knows if you obey fully, chains will break not only over your life, but over others tied to your destiny. Suppose, breathe, listen. The Spirit is speaking with urgency. You may think, but if I say no, I lose everything. No, if you say yes to the wrong thing, you lose far more. Delayed dreams can be restored, but lost obedience is far harder to recover. This is why mercy is shouting now. Before you cross the line, suppose, breathe, listen. The Spirit is speaking with urgency. You may think, but if I say no, I lose everything. No, if you say yes to the wrong thing, you lose far more. Delayed dreams can be restored, but lost obedience is far harder to recover. This is why mercy is shouting now. before you cross the line. Chosen one. Heaven wants you to understand that obedience never robs, it always protects. The enemy paints refusal as loss. But what looks like delay is actually preservation. When you walk away from the counterfeit, you create space for the authentic blessing to arrive. God is not trying to keep you from joy. He is keeping joy safe for you. Every no to darkness becomes a yes to a greater promise. Every step back from danger is a step closer to destiny. There is no shame in turning around when the Spirit warns you. In fact, it is the greatest proof that you are alive in the Spirit. Many ignore the inner alarm and march into destruction proudly, only to cry later when the walls collapse. But you are different. You are sensitive. You are awake. You are chosen. That ability to sense danger is not weakness. It is strength. It is proof that heaven has not abandoned you. The warning itself is evidence of love. Don't despise the alarm. Thank God that He speaks before the storm. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 23, verse 4, "Even though I walk through the valley of death, I will fear no evil. For you are with me, your rod and staff comfort." You are not walking through this warning alone. God's rod and staff are not there to punish, but to pull you back before you step into the abyss. Beloved, this is the moment where heaven and earth pause for your response. Do not silence this voice. Do not scroll past like nothing is happening. Right here, right now, you are being called to a choice. If you feel this word piercing you, if you sense that this was written for you, then act. Let your obedience start small but real. Tap the like button. Share this so another wandering soul can be saved. And subscribe so you never miss another prophetic interruption. And in the comments, declare a number as a prophetic act. Comment 111 to signify your alignment with God's one true path. This is not just engagement, it is agreement. You are telling heaven and earth, I choose to stop before it is too late. I choose obedience. I choose life. Your destiny is waiting. But right now, your obedience matters more than anything else. Stop. Listen. Live. Chosen one. Listen closely. You are standing at the edge of a path that seems wide, glittering, and full of promise. Yet it bends toward destruction. There is a reason this warning has come so swiftly after the first. You are being lured into something that is wrapped in light, but fueled by darkness. The pull feels strong, almost irresistible, because the enemy knows how to disguise poison as beauty. What you see is not what you will get. You feel it already, that uneasiness that rises when you picture yourself stepping forward. Something inside you says, "This looks right," but it doesn't feel right. That is no ordinary doubt. That is the voice of the Spirit placing holy resistance in your heart. Too many have ignored that resistance, convincing themselves that the feeling will go away. But with every step deeper, the snare tightens, and what once felt like freedom becomes a cage. You are not meant to repeat their story. This dangerous path is not about one decision alone. It is a pattern, a momentum pulling you towards compromise. It starts small, subtle, even innocent. A conversation that seems harmless, an opportunity that looks like an answer to prayer, a door that opens too easily. And because you long for breakthrough, your heart whispers, maybe this is it. But heaven is saying, Not every open door is divine. Some doors are dug into the floor of a pit. The enemy is strategic. He knows you are marked. He has watched your hunger for more, your prayers for change, your desire for fulfillment. That hunger is pure, but he intends to twist it into a weakness. He presents exactly what your flesh craves, but empties it of true life. If you take the bait, you will find yourself chasing shadows, holding promises that evaporate as soon as you grasp them. The longer you stay, the harder it becomes to see the way out. You must understand this. Chosen one. Deception rarely looks like deception. It looks like everything you asked for. The trap is camouflaged. That is why this message reaches you now, while you still have time to step back. What is ahead may offer temporary relief, but it carries long-term chains, and chains do not ask permission once they lock around your spirit. Think of the people you know who once burned brightly, but now live in compromise. They did not wake up one morning and decide to lose everything. It happened step by step, choice by choice, path by path, and at each turn there was a whisper, a warning, a pause in the spirit, just like the one you are feeling now. Some silenced it, and their destinies grew dim. But you are here, because God refuses to let your light be smothered. Heaven speaks clearly through the words in Deuteronomy, chapter 30, verse 19. I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life, so you and children live. The dangerous path may glitter, but it leads toward death of vision, death of purity, death of peace. The way of life may look harder now, but it protects not only you, but every life connected to your obedience. Chosen one. The seriousness of this cannot be overstated. Your future is heavy with purpose. The lives attached to your calling cannot afford for you to stumble into a counterfeit promise. This is bigger than feelings, bigger than personal desire. You are carrying an assignment that echoes into generations. This is why the warning feels so loud. This is why the pressure feels so intense. Hell wants you to slip, because one wrong step could ripple across countless lives. But do not fear. Fear paralyzes. Le discernement empowers. The warning is not here to crush you, it is here to free you. If the path was too late to escape, the Spirit would not speak. The fact that you hear this means it is not too late. The way of escape still stands before you. Every dangerous pull has a divine exit. You must choose to see it. You may be asking, but how do I know for sure if this path is wrong? The answer is found in peace, not the shallow peace that comes from getting what you want, but the deep peace that only heaven gives. Real peace aligns with truth. Real peace carries no shadow of guilt, no hidden anxiety, no secret unease. If the peace is shallow, if you sense heaviness under the glitter, then you already know the answer. Look back on your life. Every time you rushed into something without waiting on God, regret followed. Every time you trusted His timing, blessing followed, even if it seemed delayed. History itself is speaking to you. When you move without His voice, the path collapses. When you move with His direction, even desert bloom. Do not repeat the cycle of rushing. Do not let impatience push you into the arms of danger. Chosen one. Pause here. Visualize the crossroads before you. On one side, the path looks wide and easy, lined with promises, On the other, the path looks narrow, hidden, almost ordinary. One is filled with noise, applause, and quick rewards. The other is filled with silence, stillness, and slow growth. But the wide path ends in loss, while the narrow path ends in eternal fruit. Which will you choose? Understand this truth. What costs you nothing now will cost you everything later. What costs you obedience now will give you everything later. This is the spiritual equation the enemy hides. He whispers, "Take it now, worry later." But heaven cries, "Wait now, rejoice forever." Your heart already knows the difference. Trust it. You are standing in a holy interruption. God does not beg lightly, but He is begging you now. Stop before you step into what looks like life but is death. You are not too far gone. You are not trapped yet. The warning is proof of grace. Mercy is reaching for your hand, pulling you back from the edge. Do not resist the pull. If you do, the story ahead of you will not be one of shame, but one of testimony. People will ask, "How did you avoid the snare? How did you escape what swallowed others whole?" And you will say, "I listened. I obeyed. I stopped before it was too late." That story will shine brighter than any counterfeit gift the enemy offers now. Chosen one. The path of danger is unfolding, but you are not blind. You are not powerless. You are chosen, and chosen ones are always given a way of escape. Take it. The decision you make now will echo through eternity. Stop, step back, and live. Chosen one. Your spirit feels the pull right now, doesn't it? The pressure is not random. The whispers in your mind that tell you just one step more are not innocent. They are bait. This is not a small distraction. This is an engineered snare, and it has been customized to fit your longings so perfectly that without discernment, you would walk right into it thinking it was a blessing. That is why this word comes to you in fire, because what is dressed as light is actually darkness. The truth is simple. The enemy never approaches you with chains visible. He does not storm in with obvious destruction. He is cunning. He studies your prayers, your hopes, your wounds. He listens to what you cry about when no one is around. Then he shapes temptation to look like the very thing you've been waiting for. That is why it feels so right. That is why it looks so perfect. But chosen one, understand this. The counterfeit always shows up before the authentic. It comes first to steal your patience, then to rob your inheritance. Do not be fooled. The dangerous whispers sound gentle, but their destination is cruel. They promise relief, but deliver bondage. They promise comfort, but extract peace. Every step toward them is a step away from clarity. And once clarity is gone, deception reigns. That is why you cannot afford to silence the inner warning. The uneasiness you feel is not paranoia. It is heaven pulling at your sleeve saying, "Stop, turn. This is not the way." End of chosen one. Think of the times you ignored that same inner tug before. Each time, regret followed. Each time, pain was the fruit. And every time you listened, every time you resisted, peace was preserved. That pattern itself is a testimony. God has proven His faithfulness in your life before. He is proving it again now. The whispers you hear are not harmless. They are recycled lies. The same voice that ruined destinies in the past is trying to reach you in the present. You are not alone in this battle. The Spirit is your shield, and His word is your sword. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 14, verse 12, there is a way that appears to be right, but in the end, it leads to death. This verse burns like a lamp in the night. It tells you that not everything good-looking is life-giving. The way that shines brightly before you may actually be the path of ruin. And this is why God interrupts you with mercy, so you can choose life before you step into death disguised as beauty. The enemy wants you distracted. He wants you restless. He wants you saying, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe I can handle it. But chosen ones are never called to flirt with darkness. You are called to demolish it with obedience. Every whisper of compromise is a test of your vision. And though the test feels heavy, you are stronger than you realize. Beloved, do not confuse weakness with defeat. The very fact that you still wrestle proves you are alive in the Spirit. Many no longer feel the struggle. They are already trapped. But you still feel tension. You still feel the clash. That is mercy. That is evidence of God's hand restraining you, giving you the chance to choose again. Do not despise the discomfort. It is proof that heaven has not abandoned you. Now, listen carefully. I need you to act. Right here, right now. Make a prophetic declaration in the comments. I choose life. Just 3 words, but they carry the power of surrender. When you write them, you are not just engaging with a message, you are drawing a line in the sand. You are saying to temptation, you will not have me. You are telling heaven, I align with your will. You are telling your soul, I belong to the path of light. Oh, this may seem small, but in the Spirit, it is monumental. Too many times you kept silent when the Spirit warned you. Silence gave room for confusion. Silence gave space for the enemy. But when you declare, I choose life, you silence the whispers. You break the agreement with deception. You strengthen your resolve with your own words. Think of this declaration as a vow, not empty words, but a covenant. Every time temptation rises again, those words will echo in your spirit. They will remind you of this moment. They will remind you that you made a choice, not out of fear, but out of faith. That choice will guard you when whispers return in stronger waves. Chosen one. Your destiny depends on moments like this. It is not the grand stages or the big events that shape your future. It is the small crossroads, the quiet whispers, the unseen decisions. Saying yes to life in secret ensures you will stand in glory in public. Choosing obedience when no one sees ensures heaven will reward you before many. Do not underestimate yourself. You carry a light that terrifies darkness. That is why you are under pressure now. That is why the whispers feel louder. The enemy is desperate. He knows that if you say no, he loses ground. He knows that if you resist, you step into authority. He knows that if you keep your crown, you will shift entire generations. So declare it boldly. I choose life. Let those words rise from your spirit as a banner. Let them burn through the fog of confusion. Let them silence every false promise. You are not weak. You are not defeated. You are chosen, and chosen ones always rise. Even when the valley is deep, the dangerous path may be unfolding, but you are not blind. You are awake. You see the trap, and you will not enter it. You will not sell your destiny for temporary relief. You will not trade your inheritance for counterfeit comfort. You will walk away. Because you have already decided, you choose life. Chosen one. You have been wondering why the nights feel heavier. Why, even in silence, your mind runs as if it were chasing something unseen. The answer is not hidden. It is a holy alarm. Your sleeplessness is not random. It is a signal. Heaven shakes your spirit when danger draws near. What others dismiss as stress or overthinking is, for you, the sound of divine protection. You are marked. And because you are marked, your rest will be disturbed when destruction stalks. Understand this, the unrest in your soul is not punishment. It is love in motion. God could have left you comfortable, unaware, walking into snares without resistance, but He loves you too much to let you sleep while your spirit is in jeopardy. The stirring you feel at night, the sense that something is not right, is God Himself turning your attention away from the counterfeit. He awakens you so that you will not awaken in regret later. Think of those who sleep soundly in sin. They do not feel the inner alarm because they are already entangled. They call it peace, but it is actually numbness. You, chosen one, are different. You are restless because you are alive in the Spirit. You are uneasy because you still hear heaven. That uneasiness is not weakness, it is evidence of divine favor. Your sleepless nights are messages in disguise. Each hour you toss and turn is a sermon, preached not with words, but with weight. The Spirit whispers, be careful here. Pay attention there. Do not enter that place. Step away from that person. If you silence those whispers, you silence your shield. But if you listen, you will walk around snares others fall into blindly. This is why your journey feels lonelier. People around you can indulge without pause, can chase desires without conviction. Yet when you even think of stepping into the same path, you feel the heaviness. This is not unfair, it is protection. You are not like the rest. What ruins others lightly would ruin you deeply, because your assignment is heavier. Heaven cannot allow you to wander without resistance. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 6, verse 16. Stand at the crossroads and look. Ask for the ancient paths. Ask where the good way is, and walk in it, and you will find rest for your souls. Chosen one. Your sleepless nights are a crossroads. They are God's way of pausing you until you ask for His path. True rest is not found in ignoring the alarm, but in obeying its direction. You may think, but I am so tired. Why can't I just have peace like others? Because your peace is not like theirs. Theirs comes from ignorance. Yours comes from obedience. They rest because they do not see the danger. You will rest when you choose the good way and walk in it. Until then, heaven will disturb your slumber so that you do not wake up in ruin. Pay attention to patterns. Each time you felt this unease and ignored it, consequences followed. Each time you obeyed it, protection followed. This pattern itself is your teacher. Do not despise your sleeplessness. It is proof that God is near. He shakes your nights to secure your mornings. He interrupts your rest to preserve your destiny. Beloved, the alarm is sounding louder because the trap is closer. What you are about to step into looks promising, but will cost you more than you can bear. God shakes you, awake to show you. This is not your door. He is not withholding joy from you. He is shielding you from sorrow disguised as joy. You are too valuable to be wasted on the counterfeit. The nights of unrest will not last forever. They are seasonal, purposeful. When the danger passes, rest will return. But for now, embrace the interruption. Let it sharpen you. Let it teach you how to discern. Let it train you to pause before stepping. You are not being punished, you are being prepared. Remember this: sleepless nights are not just about you. They are also for the ones tied to your destiny. When you obey the alarm, you preserve not only your own path but theirs as well. Generations may depend on you saying no. Families may depend on you stepping back. Nations may depend on you choosing life over glittering death. This is why your spirit is heavy, while others rest lightly. Chosen one, do not fight the alarm. Thank God for it. Thank Him that He loves you enough to shake your nights. Thank Him that you cannot sin comfortably, cannot rebel peacefully. Thank Him that His voice interrupts even your silence. The unease you feel is not your enemy. It is your greatest ally. It is the proof that heaven refuses to let you fall unnoticed. When the weight presses on your chest in the middle of the night, do not curse it. Speak with it. Ask God, what are you showing me? What am I to avoid? What step am I about to take that is not from you? Turn your restlessness into prayer, and the heaviness will transform into guidance. What once felt like torment will become direction. You are chosen. And because you are chosen, you cannot walk blindly. Every step you take carries eternal weight. Every choice you make echoes beyond your own life. That is why heaven alarms you while others sleep soundly. You are not called to normalcy, you are called to destiny. And destiny requires divine interruption. Hold firm. Beloved, the sleepless nights are not forever, but they are necessary. They are God's gift to keep your crown intact. When you obey the unease, you disarm the enemy. When you listen to the alarm, you escape the snare. And when the danger passes, peace will flood your soul like a river, deeper than any shallow rest you could have manufactured. So tonight, when your eyes cannot close, remember this: you are not cursed. You are protected. You are not abandoned. You are guarded. You are not restless without reason. You are restless because heaven loves you too much to let you rest on the edge of ruin. Chosen one, your sleepless nights are holy. Cherish them, and let them guide you safely into the light. Chosen one, the urgency grows sharper now. You are not only fighting for your next step, you are fighting for your crown. The pressure you feel is not simply about today, it is about inheritance. The enemy is not concerned with your comfort, he is terrified of your calling. That is why the trap is decorated with everything your heart has longed for. He wants to steal not just your present, but your eternal reward. You may not realize it, but every battle you face is proof of the glory on your life. Ordinary souls do not attract extraordinary warfare. The storms around you are not accidents, they are indicators of your value. Hell only fights what heaven has marked. That is why you feel constantly targeted, constantly misunderstood, constantly opposed. The crown you carry in the spirit is visible to realms you cannot see. Chosen one, this is not the time to drift. This is the time to sharpen your focus. The distractions are loud because the inheritance is close. The pressure is heavy because your breakthrough is near. What looks like delay is actually a divine process, shaping you into a vessel that cannot be broken. Do not despise the fire, it is forming you for the throne. You must recognize what is truly at stake. This is not just about your emotions, or your comfort, or even your reputation. This is about generations tied to your obedience. If you fall into the counterfeit, entire lines may stumble. But if you stand, if you resist, entire lines will be freed. You are not fighting alone. You are fighting as a representative of many who will never meet you, but will live because you chose rightly. Chosen one. Heaven reminds you of the promise in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 11. I am coming soon. Hold on to what you have, so that no one will take your crown. This is not a metaphor, it is a holy command. You are already crowned in the Spirit. The enemy cannot create crowns. He can only try to steal them. Do not let him rob you of what has been placed on your head since before birth. Think carefully about your path. Each time you resist, your crown shines brighter. Each time you say no, your inheritance grows safer. And every time you say yes to heaven, you terrify the kingdom of darkness. That is why the battle feels personal. It is personal. You are not just any warrior. You are one carrying a crown. The world will not understand this. They will mock you for walking away from opportunities. They will say you are too cautious, too serious, too different. But you were never meant to blend in. You were meant to be a sign, a living testimony. You will carry the glory of obedience, even if it means walking a lonely road now. Chosen one. I must speak plainly. This message is not just for you, it is for every soul who is wandering. Every spirit being lured into destruction, disguised as light. That is why I ask you to do something simple yet powerful. Share this message, not out of routine, but because you know what it feels like to be standing on the edge of a snare, desperate for a warning. By sharing, you could become the very interruption someone else needs to survive. And if these words pierce you, if they resonate with your spirit, let your agreement be visible. Tap the like button, not for numbers, but as a prophetic act, saying, I agree, I receive, I choose to guard my crown. Let that small action anchor the decision rising in your heart. Finally, subscribe, not for the sake of another notification, but because heaven will continue sending words to strengthen you, and you cannot afford to miss them. This journey is too costly, this battle too real, to walk it without continual reminders of who you are. Subscribing is not about following a channel, it is about staying aligned with the flow of prophetic truth that keeps your crown secure. Chosen one. These acts, liking, sharing, subscribing, are not distractions, they are declarations. They say to the unseen world, I am awake, I am listening, I will not be silent. Just as obedience in the small leads to victory in the great, these small steps are echoes of your larger obedience. The enemy will whisper, this is unnecessary. Just move on. But remember, he fears your alignment. He fears your agreement with truth. He fears your voice, even in something as simple as a click or a word. Because every action of faith plants a seed of resistance against darkness. Now lift your head. Chosen one. Do not look down in fear. See yourself crowned already, seated in heavenly places, carrying the authority God gave you. The battle is fierce because the glory is near. Do not trade it away for a glittering counterfeit. Do not let the whispers rob you of what was placed on your life long before you were born. Chosen one. You are being called higher. You are being called deeper. You are being called to stand firm while the world collapses into compromise. And when you do, your testimony will shine like fire in the night. People will say, "How did you endure? How did you resist? How did you hold your crown when so many lost theirs?" And you will answer, "Because I listened, because I obeyed, because I chose life over whispers." This is your legacy. This is your destiny. This is your crown. Guard it. Protect it. Treasure it. For it is worth more than all the treasures of the world. And remember, you are not guarding it alone. Heaven stands with you. Angels surround you. The Spirit empowers you. The one who crowned you will not abandon you. So, chosen one, rise, shine, stand firm, and hold on to what you have, so no one will take your crown. Chosen one. This moment is not coincidence, it is confirmation. You have been asking questions in silence, waiting for an answer, and here it is. Heaven is stepping into your timeline with clarity. This is not another random word. This is God's personal interruption for you. Do not let the weight of this message slip away, for it comes with fire and mercy, both. The reason you feel conflicted right now is because something is unfolding before you that seems too perfect to resist. But deep in your spirit, you already know it is not what it appears to be. The Spirit whispers, "Pause." But your flesh whispers, "Proceed." This war inside of you is proof of your identity. You are not like the rest. Others may move blindly, but you are awakened. And with that awakening comes responsibility. Do not let the disguise fool you. The enemy often delivers traps that feel like blessings. He wraps chains in velvet. He cloaks poison with sugar. He places cages inside open doors. But your spirit already senses the danger. That is why you cannot shake the uneasiness. That is why, no matter how appealing the offer, your soul feels heavier instead of lighter. Chosen one. Heaven is confirming what you already sensed. Stop questioning whether you are imagining things. You are not imagining, you are discerning. Discernment is heaven's voice in your spirit. Trust it. That inner voice that whispers, "Not here, not this, not now," is not fear. It is wisdom. Do not silence it with excuses. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Isaiah. Chapter 30, verse 21. Whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you, saying, "This is the way, walk in it." That is exactly what you are experiencing now. The voice behind you is not paranoia, it is the Spirit guiding you, steering you away from what looks bright but leads to darkness. Beloved, do not underestimate this moment. Heaven is repeating itself because the danger is closer than you think. God does not shout without reason. The warning grows louder because your steps are moving nearer to the edge. If you delay, the window of escape grows smaller. That is why this word presses with urgency, because mercy is still pulling. But mercy will not always pull forever. Every chosen one comes to a place like this, a crossroad, where the counterfeit looks almost identical to the real. This is the moment where faith must speak louder than sight. It is not about what feels easiest. It is about what aligns with God's whisper. You are not just choosing for today, you are choosing for your destiny. And here is the truth. Your obedience in this moment will break chains not only for you, but for others attached to your assignment. Every yes to God ripples into generations. Every no to temptation sends shockwaves through the kingdom of darkness. That is why the fight feels heavier for you than for others. You carry more weight in the spirit than they do. Chosen one. Heaven is asking for a prophetic act now, to seal this word in the spirit, to show heaven your agreement, and to declare that you choose his path over the counterfeit. I ask you to type this number in the comments: 888. 8 is the number of new beginnings. By declaring 888, you are proclaiming that you step into a triple portion of renewal, alignment, and divine protection. You are saying, I will not walk into destruction. I will walk into the new season heaven has prepared for me. This is not about digits on a screen. It is about a declaration in the unseen. Think about it this way. Silence can often look like hesitation. But when you act, when you move in faith, even in something small, you place your agreement on record. By commenting 888, you are saying with your spirit, I refuse the counterfeit. I embrace the new. I will wait for what is real. And heaven honors even the smallest steps of obedience. This prophetic number will become a marker in your journey. When you look back, you will remember the moment you typed it and declared your stand. You will see how God opened real doors after you walked away from false ones. You will see how peace grew where confusion once lived. That small act will echo into larger victories. The enemy will try to whisper, it doesn't matter. It's just a comment. But remember, obedience is rarely about size. It is about heart. God sees the faith behind the act, not the act itself. And the faith you show today will be the shield that guards you tomorrow. Chosen one. Your destiny is too great to gamble on counterfeit promises. You cannot afford to waste years on what was never meant for you. The unease you feel is heaven's hand tugging you away before regret takes root. And today, heaven not only warns you, it confirms your discernment. You were right to hesitate. You were right to question. You were right to pause. Now you must choose to obey that confirmation. If you step forward against the warning, the pain will be heavier than you can bear. But if you obey, if you resist, the peace that follows will be deeper than anything the counterfeit could ever offer. God is not withholding from you. He is protecting you until the authentic arrives. So listen closely. When you feel the urge to rush, slow down. When you feel the pressure to decide quickly, step back. The Spirit does not push, He guides. Pressure is the language of deception. Peace is the language of heaven. Trust the difference. Chosen one. Type 888 and let it seal your obedience. Let it echo louder than the whispers of temptation. Let it be your vow that you choose life. You choose destiny. You choose God's path, even when the counterfeit glitters. And know this, every step you resist strengthens you. Every temptation you overcome becomes a testimony. Every crown you protect becomes brighter in the spirit. The fight is real, but so is your victory. The counterfeit may be loud, but your destiny is louder. Beloved, do not fear what is ahead. You are not walking blind. You are walking with a voice behind you, guiding you, keeping you, covering you. And as long as you obey that voice, you will not fall. Your crown will remain. Your destiny will unfold. Your inheritance will be secured. Chosen one. The path before you looks dazzling, but hidden beneath its glow lies a cost you cannot afford to pay. What you see is not the whole picture. What glitters before you promises fulfillment. But in reality, It seeks to drain your spirit until you are left hollow. Heaven is not trying to rob you of joy. It is revealing the trap before you step into it. The so-called promise ahead is nothing more than a beautiful cage. The danger of this moment is not only in the action itself, but in the aftermath it would unleash. The enemy knows how to play the long game. He sets you up with something that feels harmless at first, but slowly, drop by drop, it erodes your clarity. At first you feel energized, excited, alive, but then the hidden cost emerges. Peace leaks away. Joy grows dim. Focus becomes scattered. You begin to wonder, why do I feel so empty when I thought this was my answer? By the time you realize, you are entangled. Chosen one, hear me clearly. The enemy does not need to destroy you in one strike. He only needs to distract you, to detour you, to drain you slowly until you no longer resemble the person God marked you to be. That is why this path is so dangerous. It offers quick satisfaction, but slow destruction. Your destiny is far too precious to waste in a cycle of draining promises. God knows what you need more than you do. That is why He interrupts you with warnings, pulling you back before you sell your inheritance for temporary comfort. The counterfeit always comes sooner than the authentic, because it is designed to wear down your patience. But the authentic is worth waiting for. Think of Esau, who traded his birthright for a single meal. In a moment of weakness, he lost what generations could never recover. The same spirit of deception whispers to you now, take the quick answer. Take what you see now. Why wait when you can have it today? But if you listen, you will find yourself selling your crown for crumbs. Heaven cries out because your crown is priceless, and crumbs will never satisfy. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 3. You shall have no other gods before me. This is not only about idols of stone or wood. It is about the idols of comfort, the idols of shortcuts, the idols of counterfeit promises. Anything you place before obedience becomes a god you bow to. The dangerous path ahead is not just about pleasure, it is about idolatry. It tempts you to worship your desires more than your destiny. Chosen one, recognize the pattern. Every time the counterfeit appears, it appeals to your hunger. Hunger itself is not the problem. Hunger for law, for provision, for breakthrough, that is human. The enemy's strategy is to exploit that hunger by presenting you with a shadow instead of substance. Shadows fade, substance remains. The real blessing will align with peace. The counterfeit will leave you restless, even if it looks perfect. You have been prepared for this moment. The weight of your battles in the past has trained you to discern. The sleepless nights, the tugging of your spirit, the unease that others cannot understand, all of it is preparation. God would not allow you to feel this much intensity if He had not equipped you to endure it. You are stronger than you realize. Do not let your impatience become your undoing. The delay is not denial, it is divine protection. What you think you are missing is actually being preserved for you, shielded until you are ready to handle it without compromise. The counterfeit always arrives quickly, but the authentic takes time because it is being built to last. Beloved, imagine yourself a year from now. If you say yes to the false promise, where will you be? Will you be lighter, freer, more alive, or will you be drained, restless, entangled in something you can no longer escape? Now imagine the other choice if you resist, if you wait, if you hold fast to your crown. A year from now, you will stand freer, stronger, and closer to the real promise than ever before. Your obedience today shapes your testimony tomorrow. Chosen one. The dangerous promise ahead will not announce itself as destruction. It will whisper comfort. It will paint itself as blessing. But inside, it is hollow. That hollowness is what your spirit already senses. Do not silence the warning by calling it fear. It is not fear. It is discernment. Fear paralyzes. But discernement protects. And you, marked by God. They have been given the gift of discernment to save you from collapse. Remember, peace is your compass. True peace is not shallow relief. It is a deep river that calms even when circumstances look uncertain. Counterfeit promises may excite you for a moment, but they cannot sustain peace. Test everything by this measure. If peace disappears, the source is not from heaven. You are chosen, and chosen ones cannot afford to waste years chasing what was never theirs. The weight of your calling is too great to exchange for illusions. That is why the Spirit is urgent. That is why you are being begged to stop. You are not being denied joy, you are being preserved for greater joy. When others look at your resistance, they may not understand. They may think you are rigid, overly cautious, too spiritual. But when the storm passes and you are still standing, while others are bound, the difference will be clear. You will shine as a living testimony of obedience. Your very life will become a warning to others not to take the counterfeit bait. Chosen one. Do not despise the unease. You feel it is your crown speaking. It is heaven protecting you from a false promise that would drain you dry. The cost is far too high, and your destiny is far too precious. You are not meant for a beautiful cage. You are meant for freedom, for glory, for the real promise that carries no sorrow with it. So take this word seriously. The dangerous promise ahead is not for you. Walk away now, and you will look back later with gratitude. Hold firm, and your inheritance will remain untouched. Wait for the authentic, and you will see the glory of God unfold in ways the counterfeit could never offer. Chosen one, your spirit already knows the truth. Do not silence it. Do not sell your crown for crumbs. Trust the unease. Trust the whisper. Trust the God who warns because he loves you too much to let you fall. Chosen one. There is a truth you must see with clear eyes. The enemy rarely enters your life openly. He is a master of disguise. When he plots to pull you down, he dresses destruction in beauty. He wraps chains in ribbons. He presents traps as opportunities. The most dangerous attacks are never the obvious ones. They are the ones that look like the very thing you prayed for. That is why you cannot rely only on what you see. You must rely on what you sense in your spirit. This has always been his way. Since the beginning, he has twisted appearances to deceive. In Eden, he did not show Eve the pain, the shame, the separation that would follow. He showed her fruit, pleasing to the eye, desirable for gaining wisdom. But behind that fruit was death. The same spirit moves now, dressing ruin as reward, offering shortcuts that seem harmless but are deadly in their outcome. Chosen one, hear me clearly. The enemy cannot create. He can only counterfeit. He cannot invent blessings. He can only dress curses in the clothing of blessings. He cannot design your destiny. He can only distort your journey with illusions. His disguises are strategic. They appeal to your longing, your weakness, your waiting. He studies your prayers, then offers imitations of their answers. If you are not careful, you will accept a shadow when the substance is still on its way. You must remember, not every good thing is a God thing. The open door is not always the right door. The sweet voice is not always a safe voice. The beautiful face is not always a trustworthy face. Your spirit knows this. That unease inside of you is not fear. It is discernment warning you that the disguise is too perfect, too polished, too convenient. The ancient words recorded in Romans, chapter 16, verse 18, echo with clarity, for such people are not serving our Lord Christ, but their own appetites. By smooth talk and flattery, they deceive the minds of naive people. Chosen one. Smooth talk is the mask. Flattery is the costume. The enemy uses words that appeal to your heart, but hide his true motive, to enslave your spirit. Consider the patterns you have seen before. How often has something entered your life looking promising, only to drain you later? How often did someone seem supportive, only to reveal motives that broke you? Those memories are not accidents, they are lessons. They are proof that appearances deceive. The Spirit allowed you to walk through those seasons so that now, when a new disguise approaches, you will not be blind. Chosen one. This is why you cannot afford to chase every glittering opportunity or welcome every sweet voice. Test everything. Ask, does this bring me closer to peace or to confusion? Does this align with the whisper of God in my spirit? Or does it pull me away from His voice? Does this feed my light? Or does it dim it? These questions reveal whether beauty is real or only a mask. The disguise is often tailored to your hunger. If you long for love, the enemy will send affection that feels overwhelming but lacks substance. If you long for success, he will present shortcuts that bypass integrity. If you long for breakthrough, he will give fast answers that collapse under pressure. But you must recognize the pattern. If it comes too easy, too quickly, too perfectly aligned with your weakness, it may not be a blessing, it may be bait. Discernment. Chosen one. Is your survival. Do not despise it. Many around you cannot sense danger because their spirits are numb. But you are chosen, and your spirit is alive. The unease you feel is not paranoia, it is protection. That stirring in your chest when something looks too good to be true is heaven whispering. Be careful. Trust it. Do not rush. The disguise often loses its shine when given time. What looks perfect on day 1 often reveals cracks by day 30. The counterfeit cannot endure patience. If you wait, the mask will slip. If you hurry, you will be trapped before you see the truth. This is why heaven slows you down, interrupts your rush, frustrates your plans. It is not denial. It is protection until the mask falls away. Chosen one. Your destiny requires more than eyes. It requires discernment. Your future is too valuable to waste on illusions. You are called to be light, and light cannot be fooled by shadows forever. That is why God sharpens your discernment with every trial. Each disappointment in your past was training. Each betrayal was a lesson. Each false promise was preparation. And now, standing before another disguised trap, you are equipped to see past the mask. Beloved, do not be seduced by appearances. Beauty fades. Words twist. Promises break. But truth remains. The authentic blessing of God carries peace, carries joy, carries fruit that lasts. The counterfeit brings excitement for a moment, but drains you for years. Test the fruit. Look not only at what is promised, but at what is produced. You are chosen, and chosen ones cannot afford to stumble into cages dressed as palaces. Your crown is too costly. Your light is too precious. Your assignment is too great. That is why the Spirit shouts louder now, because what stands ahead of you is more dangerous than it looks. Heaven is not trying to scare you, it is trying to save you. Chosen one, you have the power to step back. You have the authority to walk away. You do not need to touch the fire to know it burns. Trust the whisper. Trust the unease. Trust the God who loves you too much to let you be deceived by appearances. One day, you will look back and thank Him. You will realize that what you thought was loss was actually preservation. You will see that what looked beautiful was actually a mask. And by resisting it, you saved your crown. And you will testify, if God had not warned me, I would have fallen. If I had ignored the unease, I would have been trapped. But I listened, and now I am free. Chosen one. Stay awake. Stay discerning. The disguise is clever, but your spirit is wiser. The counterfeit is loud, but the whisper of God is louder. Trust it, and you will walk past cages into true freedom. Chosen one. The battle you are in now is not only external, it is internal. The enemy knows how to place pressure on your soul, whispering in your ear at night. Just compromise a little. Just take this step. No one will know, but heaven knows. Your spirit knows. And deep down, you know that every compromise is a step away from your crown. The danger of these whispers is not that they are loud, but that they are gentle. They do not shout, they soothe. They speak the language of comfort, not confrontation. The trap is hidden in the softness, in the suggestion that you can handle it, that you are strong enough to dabble without being consumed. That is the oldest lie, that you can dance with fire and not be burned. Chosen one. You are too valuable to be played with. You are not called to half light and half darkness. You are called to shine fully. This is why the whispers feel relentless, because darkness knows if you resist, you rise. And if you rise, others rise with you. The stakes are far greater than your personal feelings. They are eternal. Do not underestimate the power of one decision. One yes to God shifts history. One no to temptation breaks chains that have bound your family for generations. You stand at a crossroad where the weight of your answer will echo far beyond your life. This is why heaven speaks so urgently now. The Word of God declares in the book of James, chapter 4, verse 7, submit yourselves, then, to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Notice this. Resistance is not weakness. Resistance is victory. The devil does not flee when you argue with him, when you entertain him, when you play with his whispers. He flees when you resist. That is your weapon. That is your shield. That is your crown. Chosen one. I need you to act now, as a sign of agreement, as a prophetic act that you will not be silent in the face of temptation. Write these words in the comments. I resist now. 3 words. Nothing more. But those 3 words carry the fire of surrender. They say to heaven, I choose obedience. They say to hell, you cannot have me. They say to your own soul, I refuse to be trapped. Do not underestimate the power of such a declaration. Too many times, you stayed silent, and silence became permission for darkness. But when you speak even in this small way, you shift the atmosphere. You make your allegiance clear. You plant your flag in the ground. You say, this is where I stand, and I will not move. Think of the past moments when you felt weak. You may have thought, I have no strength left to fight. But strength does not come from you alone. Resistance summons divine power. Every time you say no to darkness, the Spirit fills you with greater endurance. Every time you declare, I resist now, you are not only refusing temptation, you are welcoming heaven's reinforcement. Chosen one. Imagine how different your future will be if you make this choice. Picture yourself free, unbound, clear-eyed, walking with peace instead of heaviness. That freedom begins not with a massive action, but with a simple declaration. Your I resist now becomes the seed of victory that grows into a harvest of peace. Do not be afraid of what you lose when you resist. Whatever you let go of in obedience, God replaces with something greater. The counterfeit is always loudest before the authentic arrives. That is why the whispers push harder right now. Darkness knows what is coming if you hold your ground. Heaven's promise is closer than it seems. Chosen one, your life is proof that resistance works. Think back. Every time you walked away from temptation, peace followed. Every time you obeyed the whisper of God, doors opened that you never could have opened yourself. Resistance is not loss, it is preservation. It keeps your crown intact, your destiny alive, your testimony pure. Beloved, you may feel weary, but hear this, you are not alone. Angels surround you. The Spirit empowers you. Heaven fights with you. You may think your small no is insignificant, but in the Spirit, it shakes kingdoms. Darkness trembles at the obedience of the chosen ones. So lift your head, breathe deep, and write it not just in the comments, but in your spirit. I resist now. Let it echo louder than the whispers. Let it become your anthem when the night grows heavy. Let it be the declaration that carries you through this season of pressure into the season of promise. You are not a victim of whispers. You are a warrior who silences them. You are not weak. You are chosen. And chosen ones do not fall easily, for they are held by the hand of God Himself. Chosen one. The whispers may come again, tomorrow, but your declaration today will meet them at the door. Every time they approach, remind them, I resist now. I resisted then. I will resist again. This is how you win not once, but daily, moment by moment, until the whispers grow silent because they know you will not yield. You are stronger than you feel, braver than you know, and more powerful than you realize, not because of your will alone, but because heaven stands with you. The Spirit within you is greater than the spirit against you, and every act of resistance proves it. So stand tall. Chosen one, speak clearly, write it boldly, and let all of heaven and hell see your resolve. I resist now. Chosen one. The intensity of this season reveals something the enemy hopes you never realize. Your crown is at stake. The whispers, the distractions, the counterfeits, none of it is random. They are strategies, carefully designed to shake your grip on the inheritance God has placed over your life. But hear this, your crown is not fragile, and your destiny is not weak. You were born for battles like these. The enemy knows he cannot erase God's promises, so he tries to exhaust you until you hand them over yourself. He wants you to believe that surrendering a little here and a little there will not matter. But every compromise chips away at your crown. Every careless yes gives darkness permission to nibble at what heaven designed to shine forever. That is why the Spirit's voice is so urgent now. It is not about small moments. It is about eternal inheritance. Chosen one. You are being pursued, not because you are weak, but because you are valuable. Hell does not waste its resources on those without destiny. The reason your path feels harder, the reason your battles feel heavier, is because your crown carries greater weight. You were chosen to carry light into places others fear to step. You were set apart to disrupt darkness by your very presence. That is why the attacks have been fierce, because the crown you carry is fierce. The Spirit speaks through the Apostle Paul in his second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 8. Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to all who longed. Chosen one. This crown is not just symbolic, it is your reward, your mark, your seal of endurance. The fight is not about temporary gain, it is about eternal glory. You must see your battles with new eyes. The temptation before you is not just about a relationship, an opportunity, or a decisión. It is about whether you will keep your crown intact. The enemy cannot touch it unless you let him. Your yes to God is the shield, your no to darkness is the guard. Every act of obedience places another layer of protection over your inheritance. But I must warn you with love. Many have lost their crowns not because of open rebellion, but because of subtle compromises. They thought they were too small to matter. They thought they could recover later. But time passed, and regret grew, and they realized too late that the enemy had taken what they were meant to protect. You will not be like them. You are awake. You are warned. You are chosen. Chosen one. Now I must ask something of you, not for me, but for the sake of what heaven is doing through this word. If this message pierces your spirit, do not keep it hidden. Share it. There are others standing on the same cliff, about to step into the same snare, waiting for a voice to pull them back. You could be that voice for them. Your simple act of sharing may be the reason someone keeps their crown. And if your heart is burning as you read this, let your agreement be seen. Tap the like button as a prophetic act, declaring, I honor the word of God. I guard my crown. I stand in agreement with heaven. It is not about numbers, it is about alignment. Each act of agreement strengthens your resolve. Finally, subscribe, not as a casual decision, but as a covenant. This journey will not end today. The Spirit will keep speaking, and you need continual reminders to walk steady. Subscribing is not just following, it is planting yourself in the flow of truth that sharpens your spirit and keeps your crown from slipping. I know the enemy will whisper, "This is unnecessary. Just move on." But consider this. Why would darkness fight something if it were not powerful? Why would resistance rise in your chest unless this small act had weight in the spirit? Every step of agreement builds a wall around your destiny. Every choice to align with truth cuts off another chain. Chosen one. Imagine this. A generation of chosen ones rising together, all declaring, "I will guard my crown." That vision terrifies darkness. That movement shakes kingdoms. You are not alone in this fight. Your obedience links with others, and together you become an unbreakable army of light. So act with boldness. Share. Like. Subscribe. Not for man, but for God. Not for attention, but for alignment. These are not shallow actions. They are declarations. They tell heaven, "I am awake." They tell hell, "I am untouchable." They tell your own soul, "I will not surrender what is mine." Chosen one. The fight for your crown is real, but so is the victory awaiting you. The road may be narrow, but it is glorious. The weight may be heavy, but the reward is eternal. And every time you stand, every time you resist, every time you declare your allegiance, your crown gleams brighter than before. Lift your eyes. Beloved, you are not crawling, you are rising. You are not losing, you are learning to guard what is priceless. Your inheritance is closer than you think. Your crown is already upon your head. Protect it, treasure it, and walk boldly into the future, heaven prepared for you. Remember this, you were chosen not only to carry the crown, but to keep it. Let no one and nothing take it from you. Chosen one. You must remember, you are not here by accident. You are not wandering without purpose. From the moment you entered this world, a mark was placed upon your life. A mark not of ordinary existence, but of divine intention. The storms you have endured, the betrayals you have faced, the weight you have carried, none of it was random. Each wound became a signpost. Each tear a testimony that you were born for something greater than yourself. This is why your life has never felt normal. From childhood, you sensed you were different. You carried questions in your heart others never considered. You saw the world with unusual clarity. Even when you tried to blend in, something in you refused to be silent. You could not laugh at what others found funny. You could not enjoy what others called harmless. It was not because you were weak or strange. It was because you were chosen. The enemy saw the mark as well. That is why the battle started so early. While others lived without much resistance, you felt war pressing against your soul, even in your youth. Attacks came not because you were cursed, but because you were crowned. Darkness recognized what you did not yet understand, that your very existence was a threat to its kingdom. Chosen one. Every rejection, every isolation, every season of loneliness was part of your shaping. The world could not understand you because you were never designed to mirror it. Heaven has always been your mirror. That is why you felt misplaced, why you longed for something more than surface living. You are a carrier of light, and light does not blend with shadows. The writings of the prophet Jeremiah remind you of this truth. Chapter 1, verse 5. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations, chosen one. These words are not history alone. They are your present reality. Long before anyone recognized your face, heaven had already written your assignment. You were not born to stumble through existence. You were born carrying a divine appointment. The rejection you faced, the battles that came early, the sense of never fitting in these were not signs of failure, but signs that you were set apart. What others saw as strangeness was actually sacredness. You were never meant to be ordinary, because Heaven marked you extraordinary from the very beginning. Chosen one. Embrace this identity. Stop questioning whether you are worthy, whether you are enough, whether you belong. You belong not because the world validates you, but because heaven chose you. The mark you carry cannot be erased by failure, cannot be diminished by rejection, cannot be silenced by shame. What God places on your life cannot be undone by the opinions of men. Your enemies were never truly your enemies. They were instruments to refine you. Every betrayal drove you deeper into the presence of God. Every rejection reminded you that you were never meant to be celebrated by everyone. Every closed door redirected you to the path of your destiny. You thought you were being punished, but you were being prepared. Chosen one. Take courage in this. Your uniqueness is not a weakness, it is your weapon. What sets you apart is exactly what empowers you. The sensitivity you once despised, the discernment you once questioned, the restlessness you once misunderstood, these are gifts from heaven, designed to guide you through traps that others will fall into blindly. Do not despise the weight you carry. Heavy crowns sit only on strong heads. If your battles have been fierce, it is because your calling is fierce. If your nights have been long, it is because your dawn will be glorious. You are not being crushed, you are being molded. Every scar you carry will shine as proof of survival when the time comes for you to speak. Chosen one. The isolation you feel is sacred. God often hides his treasures until the appointed time. Diamonds are buried. Pearls are hidden. Oil is pressed in secret. You are not forgotten. You are concealed for glory. The day will come when heaven unveils you. And the same people who mocked your silence will witness your shining. Do not rush the unveiling. Trust the process. Even your tears have meaning. Each one is collected, none wasted. They water the soil of your destiny, making way for a harvest you cannot yet see. What felt like loss was investment. What looked like defeat was foundation. God has been writing chapters in silence that will one day be read aloud to nations. Chosen one. The mark you carry is not light, it is weighty. That is why life has felt heavier for you. But do not grow weary. The same God who marked you has also equipped you. He will not place a crown on your head and leave you defenseless. He will not call you chosen and abandon you in battle. His presence is your constant companion, even when all else fails. Lift your head. Beloved, stop trying to explain your difference. Stop apologizing for your calling. Stop comparing your path to those who walk without weight. You are not behind. You are being refined. You are not overlooked. You are hidden for the right moment. And when that moment comes, the world will see what heaven always knew, that you were chosen from the very beginning. Your journey is proof that chosenness is costly. It demands sacrifice. It demands endurance. It demands trust. But it also carries reward. One day, you will look back and realize that every storm, every rejection, every sleepless night was worth it, because it preserved the crown that now rests upon your head. Chosen one. Let this truth settle deep. You are marked from birth. No lie can erase it. No failure can undo it. No attack can cancel it. The same God who knit you in the womb still holds your destiny in his hand. You are chosen. You are guarded. You are destined. Walk with that assurance. For your story is not ordinary, it is divine. Chosen one. Heaven has carried you through storms. And now the Spirit speaks once again, not to condemn, but to call you higher. You have walked through battles that others would not have survived. You have been pressed, misunderstood, rejected, and yet you remain. That survival is not your own doing, it is the hand of God marking you, keeping you, preserving you. Every scar on your heart is proof that your story was never meant to end in destruction. Yet in this moment, you stand at another crucial turning point. The whispers of distraction circle you. The counterfeit opportunities press harder. The path of compromise looks wide and easy. But the Spirit warns, not every door that opens is meant to be entered. Your discernment has already told you this. The heaviness in your spirit, the unease in your nights, the tension in your soul, they are signs. Heaven is trying to prevent you from walking into chains that look like freedom. The question is not whether you can feel the warning, you already do. The question is whether you will obey. Too many chosen ones fell not because they lacked calling, but because they silenced their own discernment. They convinced themselves that the inner alarm was fear, when in truth it was God. Do not repeat their mistake. Chosen one, you are not like the rest. You cannot flirt with sin and walk away unchanged. You cannot treat compromise as a game without losing something sacred. What others shrug off will shatter you, because your calling is weightier. This is why heaven interrupts you so urgently. Even now, Scripture says in the Gospel of John, chapter 8, verse 32, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." Truth is not always easy to hear. Truth does not always align with your emotions. But truth protects you when lies would enslave you. The Spirit is reminding you today that truth has already been spoken. You are chosen, and chosen ones cannot live in chains. The trap before you is built to look like destiny, but its fruit will be decay. If you accept it, your peace will vanish, your clarity will crumble, and your joy will fade. But if you resist, if you obey the whisper to stop, you will step into the freedom that truth promises. This is the moment where everything shifts. Now, listen carefully. Beloved, heaven is asking you to seal this warning with a prophetic act. In the comments, type the number 555. This is not superstition, it is symbolism. 5 is the number of grace, and 555 is a triple reminder that grace is surrounding you right now. When you declare 555, you are agreeing with heaven that His grace is sufficient. His grace is covering you. His grace is pulling you out of danger before it is too late. Do not see it as typing digits. See it as writing your covenant. You are saying, I choose grace over guilt. I choose freedom over chains. I choose truth over lies. Your act of obedience in something so small creates ripples in the unseen. Angels take notice. Darkness trembles. Heaven records your yes. Lo, chosen one. Understand this. You have survived because grace carried you. You did not overcome on your own strength. You did not escape every trap by cleverness alone. Grace intervened. Grace interrupted. Grace lifted you when you fell. And today, grace is calling you to step fully into alignment. Typing 555 is more than a comment. It is a declaration that you will no longer waste grace on compromise. You will not treat mercy lightly. You will walk in freedom with boldness, knowing that heaven is with you. You will not return to what once drained you. You will not hand over your crown for crumbs. Beloved, think about this. If grace had not kept you, where would you be? If mercy had not spoken, what chains would already bind you? The fact that you are here, reading these words, proves that grace is alive over your life. Do not despise it. Do not ignore it. Honor it. You have felt the weight of spiritual warfare pressing against you. You have sensed how the enemy tried to use your hunger, your waiting, your longing as bait. But grace has been your shield. Grace has pulled you away from snares unseen. Grace has covered your weaknesses when you nearly gave in. And grace is here again, asking you to step away from the counterfeit and into the truth. Chosen one, this moment matters. The decisions you make now will echo into years ahead. What feels small today will shape your tomorrow. Do not gamble with your crown. Do not risk your inheritance for temporary satisfaction. You have come too far. You have endured too much to let the enemy rob you now. Declare your alignment boldly. Type 555. Not for the eyes of man, but for the record of heaven. And let those numbers remind you that no matter how fierce the battle, grace is greater. No matter how heavy the burden, grace is sufficient. No matter how loud the whispers, truth will set you free. Walk in that truth. Chosen one, let it guide your steps. Guard your heart and preserve your destiny. You are chosen. You are marked. And you are carried by grace that never fails. Chosen one, what you are facing now is not obvious destruction, but whispers of temptation carefully woven into the fabric of your desires. It does not approach you with terror, but with sweetness. It comes not as a storm, but as a gentle breeze that feels harmless. Yet inside that breeze are hooks, sharpened and hidden, designed to pull you further than you intended to go. This is the nature of temptation. It never shows its full cost at the beginning. Temptation begins small. It presents itself as a single harmless step, just this once. It says, "No one will know." It is not that serious. You take one step, and nothing seems to happen. You breathe out, thinking you are safe. Then another whisper comes. Another step. Another compromise. Before long, you look back and realize you are standing in a place you never meant to be. And the way back is harder than the way in. Chosen one, this is the danger of the moment before you. The whispers of temptation are not shouting, they are subtle, appealing to your hunger, your waiting, your weakness. They tell you that you deserve a break, that you have carried enough weight, that you should indulge just a little. But indulgence always costs more than it offers. The sweetness at the beginning is the poison at the end. The prophet Elijah spoke as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 21. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him. This scripture pierces through the fog of temptation. It forces the question, how long will you stand in between? Half resisting and half entertaining. How long will you let whispers dictate your steps? The time to decide is now. Temptation will always present itself as optional, as though you can linger and not be touched. But lingering is the first chain. The more you linger, the weaker your resolve becomes. Every second you hesitate is another chance for the hook to sink deeper. That is why the Spirit calls you to act quickly. to walk away before the whisper becomes a shout inside your own heart. Chosen one. You know this cycle already. You have walked it before. You have felt the sting of regret after saying yes to what seemed harmless. You told yourself, never again. And yet here you are, standing at the edge once more. Do not despise those past regrets. They are your teachers now. They are reminders of what happens when you ignore discernment. They are proof that disobedience always costs more than obedience. The beauty of grace is this: you are not condemned by past mistakes, but you are warned by them. God allows you to remember, not to shame you, but to preserve you. He lets the sting of old wounds echo so that you will not open new ones. This is mercy in action, not erasing your memory, but using it to sharpen your discernment. Temptation thrives in isolation. It whispers louder when you feel alone, unseen, unguarded. That is why the enemy tries to separate you, to make you feel misunderstood, rejected, unloved. But, chosen one, you are never truly alone. The Spirit within you sees every tear, hears every thought, knows every weakness. You are surrounded by a presence stronger than the whispers. You must lean into that presence now. Resisting temptation is not about sheer willpower. It is about alignment. If you focus only on resisting, the whisper grows louder. But if you fix your eyes on God, the whisper grows faint. Darkness thrives on attention. When you feed it with fear, it multiplies. But when you starve it by focusing on light, it withers. That is why worship is so powerful. It shifts your focus from what tempts you to the one who sustains you. Chosen one. Understand this. The temptation before you is not unique. It may feel personal, but it is recycled. The enemy has used the same tricks for centuries. You are not the first to feel these whispers, and you will not be the last. This should encourage you, because it means victory is possible. Others resisted, others endured, and so can you. Imagine the cost of giving in. At first, relief. At first, excitement. But soon, the regret, the heaviness, the distance you feel from God. Imagine the feeling of waking up and realizing you have lost peace. That is the price the whisper hides. And now, imagine the reward of resisting. At first, discomfort. At first, loneliness. But then peace floods back. Clarity sharpens. Yoirises. You realize you chose life over death, destiny over destruction. That is the testimony waiting for you if you resist now. Chosen one. You cannot afford to waver. The time of indecision is over. You must draw the line in your heart. I will not give in. I will not be bought. I will not trade my crown for crumbs. The enemy hopes you will hesitate, but heaven calls you to decide. This is the season where your no will become your shield. Every time you resist, your spirit grows stronger. Every act of obedience adds another layer of protection over your destiny. The whispers may not disappear overnight, but they will weaken. The more you stand, the less power they hold. And one day, you will look back and realize the temptation that once seemed overwhelming now feels powerless in the light of your growth. Temptation will return. Yes, but you will not be the same. You will carry the scars of past victories, the wisdom of past battles, the clarity of past choices. Each no will prepare you for the next. Each resistance will shape you into the warrior you were always meant to be. Chosen one. The whispers may feel soft, but they are serious. Do not toy with them. Do not linger. Do not waver. Stand firm. Resist. Turn your eyes upward, and let the voice of God drown out the voice of deception. You were not born to be ensnared. You were born to overcome, and overcome you shall. Chosen one. You must see clearly. The moment before you is not light, not casual, not just another decision. It is a life crossroad. You stand at a point where one yes or one no does not merely affect your day, it shapes your season. And more than your season, it shapes your story. Heaven has placed weight on this choice, because what you decide will ripple into years, even into generations. Life is not built only on the great events you remember, but on the quiet decisions you make when no one is watching. Those choices, the ones you assume are small, become the hinges on which your destiny swings. This is why you feel the intensity now. Your spirit knows the magnitude of this moment. Others may see nothing unusual, but you feel the heaviness pressing on your chest, because you are chosen. At every crossroads, there is a clash between urgency and patience. Darkness whispers, "Decide now. Rush forward. You might miss your chance." But heaven's voice says, "Wait. Pause. Listen." The wrong door may glitter, but it collapses once you enter. The enemy thrives on your impatience. He wants you to leap without looking, to rush without discerning. But heaven protects through delay. Delay is not denial. It is direction. Chosen one. When you stand at the crossroad, remember this: there is always a cost. One path will cost you waiting, discipline, trust. The other will cost you peace, clarity, and destiny. Either way, you pay, but only one payment leads to life. This is why wisdom cries aloud at crossroads, urging you to count the cost before stepping. The Spirit spoke through Moses in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 30, verse 19. "This day I call the heavens and the earth as witnesses against you that I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life, so that you and your children may live." Chosen one. This scripture is not distant history, it is your present. Heaven and earth are indeed watching. Your choice is not just for you, but for those connected to your lineage. When you choose life, they live. When you choose destruction, they suffer. Consider this: many of the battles you face are not even your own. They are inherited. Choices made generations before you opened doors you had to fight to close. And now heaven has placed you here, at this crossroad, to change the pattern. One decision can end cycles. One act of obedience can heal bloodlines. Your crossroad is not only about your life, it is about rewriting a history that others assumed was permanent. Do not underestimate the power of this moment. You may feel weary. You may feel small. But even now, the Spirit of God empowers you. You are not left to decide alone. The same voice that calls you is the same voice that will guide you if you listen. You do not need to know every detail of the road ahead. You only need to know that God's way is the way of life. The crossroad is often narrow. It rarely looks impressive. The path of obedience may look harder, quieter, lonelier. The crowd will not celebrate your choice. They may even laugh. But time will reveal the fruit. Years from now, when others regret their shortcuts, you will rejoice in the narrow way that preserved your destiny. Chosen one. Fear not the narrow road. Fear the wide one. The wide road is crowded, noisy, appealing, but it ends in emptiness. The narrow road may start in silence, but it ends in glory. This is the paradox heaven calls you to embrace. Every great testimony begins with a crossroad. Abraham chose to leave his homeland, and nations were born. Moses chose to obey the burning bush, and Israel was delivered. Esther chose to risk her life before the king, and her people was spared. Jesus chose the cross, and salvation flowed to all. And now, you, chosen one, stand where they once stood. Your choice may feel smaller, but it carries the same eternal weight. At the crossroad, the enemy fights hardest. He magnifies your fear, your loneliness, your hunger. He whispers that the narrow way is too costly, too risky, too painful. But the truth is this: the narrow way always costs less in the end. The counterfeit costs peace. The authentic costs patience. Which would you rather pay? Chosen one. Do not be deceived. Neutrality is itself a choice. To delay obedience is to lean toward disobedience. To linger in hesitation is to stand in compromise. Heaven does not ask you to feel ready. Heaven asks you to obey. The time is now. When you stand at the crossroad, remember your story. Remember how far you've come. Remember the traps you already escaped. Do not waste your survival by choosing chains again. You did not endure sleepless nights, tears, and storms to walk back into what once tried to destroy you. You are chosen for more. You are chosen for life. The crossroad is not a punishment, it is a promotion. Heaven trusts you enough to place you here. God would not give you this choice if He did not believe you could handle it. Do not see the weight as a curse. See it as evidence of heaven's faith in you. Beloved, breathe deeply. Still your heart. The right path may look costly now, but it carries reward beyond measure. The wrong path may look easy now, but it carries loss beyond repair. Lift your eyes above the glitter, above the whispers, above the fear, and fix them on the one who marked you from birth. This is not the end, it is the beginning. The crossroad before you is not a wall, but a doorway. One step of obedience will open a lifetime of purpose. One surrender will unlock doors that counterfeit shortcuts could never reach. This is your moment to choose life. And when you do, all of heaven will rejoice. Angels will record your obedience. Darkness will tremble at your resistance. Generations will shift because you stood at the crossroad and said yes to God. Chosen one. The road is before you. The choice is yours. Step with courage. Choose life and walk into the future you were always destined to inherit. Chosen one. The spotlight of heaven is upon you. This moment is not random, and this word is not ordinary. God is highlighting you because your obedience carries weight. You may not feel like it, but right now, you are being watched, not only by people, but by unseen realms. Angels lean close to see your response. Darkness hovers, hoping you will falter, and heaven waits, cheering for you to rise. This is not about being perfect. This is about being faithful. You do not need to have all the answers. You do not need to see every step. What matters is that you keep moving in alignment with the whisper of God. Chosen one. Heaven has marked you as a living testimony. Your story is meant to shine, not to be hidden. But shining comes at a cost. It requires courage when others would choose comfort. The prophet Isaiah declared in chapter 60, verse 1, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." This is the season where those words become alive in you. The light within you is not for decoration, it is for demonstration. It terrifies darkness. It disrupts the plans of the enemy. It encourages others who have grown weary. That is why heaven says, "Arise, shine, chosen one." You may not see yourself as radiant, but heaven sees the crown on your head, the fire in your spirit, the mantle on your shoulders. That is why the enemy has fought so hard to silence you. If you rise, others rise. If you shine, others find courage. That is why this word comes with such urgency, because the time to hide is over. But let me speak plainly. This message is not just for you to consume, it is for you to carry. Someone else in your world is on the edge right now. They are close to stepping into a trap they cannot escape. You may be the only interruption heaven can send to them. That is why I ask you, sincerely share this message. Not for numbers, not for attention, but for rescue. By sharing, you extend the hand of God to someone who may never hear otherwise. And if this word stirs you, let your agreement be visible. Tap the like button. Not as routine, but as declaration. Say with that action, "I choose to rise. I choose to shine. I choose to walk in alignment." It may seem small, but even small acts of agreement echo in the spirit. Finally, subscribe, not casually, but intentionally. Chosen one. You cannot afford to drift without reminders. The battles are real. The whispers are relentless. And you need consistent words of truth to sharpen your discernment. Subscribing is not about following. It is about staying anchored. Each word that comes is a piece of armor for your spirit. Do not walk without it. And do one more thing. Leave your voice in the comments. Declare your stand. Even a single sentence, your own words of agreement, becomes a prophetic act. When you write, "I will arise," or "I will shine," you are not typing into empty space. You are declaring into the atmosphere. You are putting your faith on record. The enemy thrives in silence. He counts on you scrolling, listening, but never declaring. But when you speak, when you write, when you act, you cut off his schemes. Chosen one. Your testimony begins not only with what you hear, but with what you declare. Remember this. Testimonies are not just about the victories you win later. They are about the decisions you make now. The moment you resist, the moment you align, the moment you declare obedience, these are victories. Do not wait until the crown is in your hand to say you have overcome. The very fact that you are still standing, still listening, still fighting, is proof that you are already victorious. Chosen one. Your life is a signpost. People who know you will one day ask, "How did you endure? How did you resist when so many gave in? How did you walk with peace when storms surrounded you?" And your answer will not be about your strength, but about your God. That answer will shine brighter than any sermon. Your life itself will preach, "I arose. I shone, because the Lord was with me." So, do not despise the spotlight heaven has placed on you. Yes, It feels heavy. Yes, it feels like pressure. But pressure is proof of purpose. Diamonds are formed in pressure. Oil is pressed in silence. Gold is refined in fire. And you, beloved, are being shaped for glory. Arise. Shine. Let your obedience be loud. Let your faith be visible. Let your declaration be clear. Share this message with someone who needs hope. Tap like as your banner of agreement. Subscribe to keep your armor strong. And comment your declaration, sealing your decision before heaven and earth. You are chosen. You are marked. You are unstoppable. The spotlight is on you, not to shame you, but to crown you. The world will see the glory of God rise upon you. And your testimony will not only save you, it will save many. Chosen one. This is your hour. Do not shrink back. Rise. Shine. And let the world see the glory that rests on your life. Chosen one. Hear this truth. Mercy is not silent. Even now, while you stand at the edge of choices that could shift your destiny, mercy is pulling you back. Do not mistake delay for denial. Delay is often the hand of God stretching time so that you can see the danger clearly before stepping into it. You may have wondered why certain plans fell apart, why opportunities closed suddenly, why relationships dissolved without warning. To you, it looked like loss. To heaven, it was protection. Mercy operates differently than human reasoning. People often see only the surface success, advancement, or failure. But heaven sees the unseen consequences of each step. What you thought was a disappointment may have been an invisible rescue. You may not understand it now, but one day you will look back and realize that what fell apart was not rejection but divine intervention. Chosen one. God's mercy has been the constant shield around you, even when you did not recognize it. Every time the enemy set a trap, mercy intercepted. Every time you wandered close to the edge, mercy whispered. Every time you stumbled, mercy caught you before you fell too far. If not for mercy, the weight of your battles would have crushed you long ago. The Spirit reminds us through the book of Lamentations, chapter 3, verses 22 to 23. Because of the Lord's great love, we are not consumed, for His compassions never fail. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. This is not a poetic comfort, it is reality. You wake each day under mercy that has already renewed itself, ready to shield you again. Chosen one. Consider the times you nearly lost yourself. Nights when despair whispered louder than hope. Days when temptation seemed stronger than obedience. Seasons when betrayal cut so deep you questioned if you could recover. And yet you are still here. That survival is not your doing. It is mercy's evidence. Do not take this mercy lightly. Mercy is not permission to play with danger. It is an invitation to walk away from it. When God spares you, He is not saying, "Continue as you are." He is saying, "Turn back before the door of protection closes." Mercy has limits when met with repeated rebellion. That is why heaven speaks so firmly now. Stop before you cross into territory where mercy cannot protect you. Chosen one. Think of the many who ignored mercy's voice. They once felt the same unease, the same warning, the same pull to stop. But they silenced it. They assumed they could manage the risk. And little by little, mercy stepped back, and the consequences took over. Their stories stand as reminders. Grace is abundant, but it is not endless if continually resisted. Yet here you are, reading this word, and that itself is proof of mercy. Heaven has not given you over. The Spirit has not stopped warning you. The unease you feel, the restlessness you cannot shake, is God's voice pleading with you still. If you were abandoned, you would feel nothing, but the very weight on your spirit proves you are still guarded. Mercy is not weakness. Mercy is the strength of God choosing to give you another chance. Mercy is the love of God standing in front of your mistakes, saying, "Not this time. I will not let this destroy you." But mercy also asks for response. Mercy cannot force you to obey. It can only pull. You must choose to turn. Do not waste the season of mercy you are in. It is a gift others long for but no longer have. Right now, you have the chance to step back, to realign, to break free before the consequences deepen. Do not say, "I'll change later." Later is not promised. What you ignore today grows stronger tomorrow. What you delay in resisting today may be impossible to break later. Chosen one, your crown is too costly to gamble on disobedience. Your inheritance is too precious to risk for temporary satisfaction. The mercy you feel now is not weakness. It is heaven shouting, "I still want you. I still choose you. I still have purpose for you." That is why this word presses into your soul. Do not confuse mercy with tolerance. God does not tolerate sin. He rescues from it. The Spirit does not excuse rebellion. He calls you out of it. The only reason the trap has not destroyed you yet is because mercy is blocking it. But mercy cannot block forever if you persist. This is why heaven's urgency grows sharper. Remember, the enemy knows his time is short. That is why the pressure has intensified. He hopes you will mistake mercy for absence, assuming judgment will never come. But judgment delayed is not judgment denied. Heaven delays not because it is blind, but because it is merciful. And when mercy ends, what remains is consequence. Chosen one, take comfort, but also take warning. Comfort in knowing you are still loved, still chosen, still preserved. Warning in knowing that mercy's season must be honored. If you waste it, you risk your destiny. If you embrace it, you step into freedom. Think of Peter, who denied Jesus 3 times. Mercy restored him. Think of Jonah, who ran from his calling. Mercy redirected him. Think of David, who fell in sin. Mercy forgave him. These stories show that mercy is not just for survival, it is for restoration. If you turn now, mercy will not only cover you, but lift you higher than before. Chosen one, mercy is pulling you back. Do not resist. Do not delay. Embrace it, and you will find yourself not in chains, but in freedom, not in shame, but in restoration, not in ruin, but in glory. This is your moment. Do not waste it. Chosen one, understand this truth. Obedience is not weakness, it is warfare. Every time you choose to walk away from temptation, every time you turn your back on compromise, you are not simply making a moral choice. You are striking fear into the kingdom of darkness. Your yes to God shakes foundations. Your no to sin terrifies spirits that have plotted against you for years. That is why the pressure is relentless, why the whispers feel constant, why the battle never seems to let up. because your obedience is more powerful than you realize. Darkness despises obedience because obedience proves love. Words can be faked. Appearances can be staged. But obedience cannot be counterfeited. To obey is to declare with your life, I belong to God, not to the world. And every time you live that truth, hell loses ground. Chosen one. You may think, but no one sees my obedience. No one knows the sacrifices I make. Heaven sees. Angels record. The Spirit strengthens you each time. Do not measure obedience by applause. Applause is shallow. Obedience is eternal. You are storing treasures unseen, building strength invisible, shaping a crown incorruptible. The Apostle Paul wrote in the letter to the Romans, chapter 16, verse 19, everyone has heard about your obedience, so I rejoice because of you. But I want you to be wise about what is good, and innocent about what is evil. Chosen one. This is the posture you are called to, wise in goodness, innocent of corruption. Your obedience is your shield, and it is your weapon. Do not believe the lie that obedience is boring or restrictive. It is the most radical act of resistance you can perform in a world drowning in compromise. Anyone can indulge. Anyone can chase desires. Few can resist. Few can surrender. Obedience sets you apart. It distinguishes the chosen from the common. Every time you refuse to bow to pressure, the enemy loses authority. Every time you resist whispers of compromise, you prove that your crown cannot be bought. Your obedience declares that you will not trade eternal reward for temporary comfort. Chosen one. Remember how the enemy tempted Jesus in the wilderness. He offered bread, glory, power, all without the cross. It looked easier. It looked quicker. But obedience led Jesus to reject shortcuts. And because he did, salvation came. If he had bowed once, everything would have been lost. That same pattern stands before you. The shortcuts you face are not harmless. They are designed to detour your destiny. Your obedience keeps you aligned with the cross. Do not despise the weight of obedience. It is costly, yes, but it is also rewarding. Each act of surrender becomes a seed planted in eternity. Each sacrifice becomes a testimony others will draw strength from. Even your silent decisions when no one is watching become loud victories in the spiritual realm. Chosen one. Obedience also refines. It burns away pride. It humbles ambition. It molds character. It may feel painful now, but it is shaping you into a vessel heaven can trust. Would you entrust great treasure to someone careless? Neither will God entrust great assignments to those who cannot obey in secret. Your obedience in the small prepares you for the weight of the great. The enemy knows this. That is why he tempts you not with giant sins, but with small compromises. He knows a small crack weakens the foundation. He knows repeated, just this once, moments become chains. But when you obey, even in the small, you fortify your foundation. You build resilience that cannot be shaken. Chosen one. Obedience is not always glamorous. Sometimes it looks like walking away from a friendship. Sometimes it looks like rejecting an opportunity. Sometimes it looks like enduring loneliness because you refuse to settle for counterfeit love. It is hard. It is painful. But it is holy. And holiness is always worth the cost. Think of Noah, who obeyed when no one believed. His obedience preserved humanity. Think of Abraham, who obeyed without knowing the destination. His obedience birthed a nation. Think of Mary, who obeyed, though it risked her reputation. Her obedience brought salvation into the world. Your obedience may not look as dramatic, but it carries the same eternal weight. Chosen one. You may feel weary. You may wonder if your obedience matters, but let me assure you it does. You are shaking kingdoms each time you resist. You are silencing lies each time you surrender. You are building legacies each time you say yes to God. The enemy fears obedient, chosen ones more than he fears preachers or singers or prophets. Why? Because obedience cannot be faked. It is authentic. It carries power, and it destroys the schemes of hell at their root. Beloved, your obedience is not for nothing. It is not wasted. Every unseen no has built a fortress around your spirit. Every unseen yes has pulled heaven's promises closer. One day you will stand in the presence of God, and he will say, "Well done, good and faithful servant." That is the ultimate reward. That is the crown you are guarding now. So, do not give up. Do not grow weary when the whispers tempt you. Remember, obedience is your weapon. When the pressure weighs on you, remember, obedience is your crown. When the world mocks you, remember, obedience is your testimony. Chosen one. Stand firm. Walk straight. Obey fully. The enemy cannot withstand a life anchored in surrender, and heaven cannot withhold glory from a life marked by obedience. You are chosen. You are strong, and your obedience terrifies darkness. Chosen one. This word reaches you not as a gentle suggestion, but as a holy interruption. The Spirit is pressing urgently because the road before you carries weight beyond what you see. You may think you are only deciding for yourself, but in truth, you are deciding for everyone connected to your assignment. Heaven knows how much is at stake. That is why the warnings feel relentless. That is why the unease refuses to leave your heart. There is a reason you cannot move casually through this season. Ordinary people can stumble without much consequence, but your obedience carries weight. Your refusal carries power. Your every decision echoes into generations. This is why you cannot afford to play with compromise. Chosen one. God has not abandoned you to confusion. The Spirit is not whispering vaguely. He is speaking clearly. Stop before you. Step into destruction. Turn before the door closes. You are not left to guess. You are being guided. The unease in your spirit, the heaviness at night, the sense that something is off, all of these are confirmation that heaven is guarding you still. The book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verses 5 and 6, reveals this wisdom. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight. Chosen one. This scripture is your compass. The path may look crooked now, but trust straightens it. Obedience clears it. Submission illuminates it. Your destiny is not built on guessing, it is built on surrender. But listen carefully. Surrender must be sealed. You cannot just feel it, you must declare it. Heaven responds to words spoken in faith, and darkness trembles when chosen ones put their obedience on record. That is why I ask you now, as a prophetic act, to type the number 222 inches, the comments. 2 is the number of agreement. 222 is a triple alignment: heaven, earth, and your spirit agreeing as one. By declaring 222, you are saying, I align with God's way. I reject the counterfeit. I choose the straight path, not the crooked one. This is not superstition, it is declaration. It is covenant. It is faith in action. Think of what this means in the spirit. When you type 222, you are not simply engaging a post. You are saying to heaven, I submit all my ways to you. You are saying to darkness, you will not pull me from this path. You are saying to yourself, I walk in agreement with truth. That is power. That is alignment. That is obedience in action. Chosen one. You have felt confusion clouding your mind, but this is how you clear it. Agreement cuts through confusion. When you declare alignment, heaven floods your spirit with clarity. You may not see every detail ahead, but you will know enough to walk with peace. That is what obedience produces: peace, even when the road looks uncertain. The enemy will mock this. He will whisper, it's just numbers. It doesn't matter. But he is terrified of agreement. He knows that when chosen ones align with heaven, their authority multiplies. He knows that when you seal your surrender, his grip weakens. That is why the Spirit presses you to act now. Look back at your life. Every time you resisted alignment, confusion grew. Every time you surrendered, peace returned. That pattern is your proof. Heaven has never failed you when you chose his way. You may have lost opportunities, but you gained life. You may have lost comfort, but you gained clarity. And clarity is priceless. Chosen one. This is your moment to step fully into alignment. The dangerous path may glitter, but it cannot compare to the light waiting on the other side of obedience. Your declaration of 222 will mark this day as the turning point, the day you refused the counterfeit and embraced the straight path. Remember, destiny does not unfold by accident. It unfolds by obedience. Every act of surrender is another stone laid on the path of your calling. Every declaration of faith is another wall raised against the enemy. And today, by choosing alignment, you are building a future that generations after you will thank you for. Do not underestimate the power of this moment. Many walk in circles because they refuse to align. Many repeat cycles because they will not surrender. But you are different. You are chosen. That means you are called not only to survive, but to break cycles, to shift patterns, to walk a new way. Chosen one. See this clearly. Heaven trusts you enough to place you here. At this exact moment, God could have let you wander into ruin without warning, but he did not. He stopped you, spoke to you, and gave you a choice. That is proof of his mercy, his love, his relentless pursuit of your destiny. So declare boldly, align fully, walk the straight path without hesitation, and let 222 be your banner of agreement, your vow that you will not lean on your own understanding, but you will trust the Lord with all your heart. You are chosen, you are covered, you are aligned, and nothing will stop the destiny unfolding before you. Chosen one. The silence you have endured has not been accidental. The seasons of loneliness, the nights of isolation, the moments where you felt cut off from everyone and everything familiar, these were not punishments but protections. God withdrew you from certain environments not because he wanted you weak, but because he wanted you whole. You were never abandoned. You were hidden. There are snares that could only have reached you if you had remained surrounded by the wrong voices. Sometimes, the loudest dangers are not storms, but influences people who seem harmless, but slowly poison your discernment. Dreams that seem promising, but lead you astray. Opportunities that seem exciting, but devour your peace. Heaven saw what you could not. That is why you were pulled away. Chosen one. You felt it as rejection, but in truth, it was redirection. People left. Doors closed. And you asked yourself, what did I do wrong? Why am I always the one left behind? But you did nothing wrong. You were preserved. You were not excluded out of hatred. You were separated out of love. The Father loves you too much to let you wander into snares unaware. The writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 4, verse 3. Confirm this mystery. Know that the Lord has set apart his faithful servant for himself. The Lord hears when I call to him. Chosen one. Do you see it? To be set apart is not to be forsaken, it is to be treasured. To be withdrawn from the crowd is not to be unloved, it is to be reserved for something greater. Consider this, gold is not displayed in the dirt. It is mined, hidden, refined, and then revealed. Pearls are not formed in the open sea. They are hidden in shells, in darkness, until the moment they are ready to shine. Oil is not released from the olive until pressure is applied. In the same way, your isolation has been your preparation. Chosen one. Your loneliness has been a shield. You may not have realized it, but those you wanted to cling to could not have walked with you into destiny. Their presence would have blurred your clarity, diluted your focus, weakened your resolve. The calling you carry requires sharpness, and sharpness is forged in solitude. The world despises loneliness, but heaven uses it. Silence trains your ears to hear whispers. Stillness strengthens your spirit to stand when the noise comes. Obscurity humbles your heart so that when glory appears, pride does not consume you. You are not being punished in isolation. You are being prepared for influence. Chosen one. Even your tears in solitude were not wasted. Heaven counted them. Every prayer you whispered when no one else listened, every cry you made when no one else cared, was heard. Angels stood witness. The Spirit interceded for you with groans deeper than words. You thought you were forgotten, but you were surrounded. Remember, Jesus himself was often led into isolation before his ministry began. He was driven into the wilderness before he chose his disciples. He withdrew to pray alone. Before he faced the cross, he went to Gethsemane in solitude. If the Son of God was shaped in isolation, why would it be strange for you to be refined the same way? Chosen one. Your isolation is evidence of your chosenness. Ordinary lives do not require such separation. Ordinary destinies do not demand such solitude. The weight you carry, the crown set aside for you, demands that heaven protect you even from connections that look good but are not God. Do not despise this season. It will not last forever. Isolation is temporary. Destiny is eternal. Soon, the doors will open. The connections will align. The assignments will unfold. But when they do, you will enter not as someone fragile and desperate, but as someone forged and refined. The loneliness you endured will become the strength that sustains you. Chosen one. Use this season wisely. Do not waste your solitude by longing for what God removed. Use it to sharpen your spirit, to deepen your prayer, to strengthen your discernment. Fill the silence with the Word, and the Word will fill you with life. Train yourself now in obscurity, and when visibility comes, you will not stumble. The enemy will try to twist this season into despair. He will whisper, "You are forgotten. No one cares. You will always be alone." But remember, lies lose their power when confronted with truth. The truth is that you are set apart. The truth is that you are preserved. The truth is that you are never alone, because the one who called you has never left your side. Chosen one. You are not invisible to heaven. Every hidden day counts. Every silent prayer matters. Every lonely step is shaping you. The crowd may not see it, but heaven celebrates it. And one day, what was hidden will be revealed, and your story will carry the fragrance of perseverance. Lift your head. Do not see this season as emptiness, but as fullness of preparation. Do not mourn what you lost. Celebrate what you were spared from. The silence around you is not abandonment. It is divine strategy. Heaven is building you in private for what you will carry in public. Chosen one. Your loneliness has purpose. Your isolation has meaning. And when the time is right, the same God who hid you will reveal you. Until then, remain steady. Remain faithful. Remain set apart. Chosen one. Your story is not meant to end in silence. It is meant to shine as a living testimony. Everything you have endured, every storm you survived, every trap you escaped, has shaped you for this exact moment. You may think your pain was wasted, but heaven says otherwise. What nearly broke you has become the very message you will carry to others. Your scars are not shame. They are signs that you lived, that you resisted, that you are still standing. You may wonder, why me? Why did my battles seem fiercer? My nights darker? My burdens heavier? The answer is clear, because your story is not only for you. Heaven intends to use you as a warning and as a light. You are not just surviving for yourself, you are surviving for others who will follow your path. Your very life will preach louder than your words. Chosen one. Think about it. How many people are even now standing where you once stood, on the edge of compromise, in the grip of despair, blinded by counterfeit promises? They are waiting for a voice, for proof that someone survived, for a sign that there is a way out. And that sign is you. Your testimony will be their lifeline. Your endurance will be their hope. Your victory will be their encouragement. The Apostle Paul declares in his second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 1, verse 4, he comforts us in all our troubles so that we can comfort others. When they are troubled, we will be able to give them the same comfort God has given us. Chosen one. Do you see it? Your survival was never random. Every time mercy lifted you, every time grace covered you, it was not only to save you, it was to equip you to save others. The comfort you received is now the comfort you will carry. This is why your obedience matters so much. If you stumble, others stumble. If you stand, others rise. Your testimony becomes a shield for those who are weaker, a map for those who are lost, a warning for those who are deceived. Heaven is not only protecting your crown, it is protecting the lives attached to your crown. Chosen one. I must speak this clearly. You cannot keep this light to yourself. What heaven has done for you, you must let shine for others. That is why I ask you to act not casually, but intentionally. Share this message, not for vanity, but for victory. Someone in your circle is silently screaming for help. They may never say it aloud, but their spirit is waiting for a word like this. Your simple act of sharing could be the very rescue that pulls them back from destruction. And if this word resonates with your spirit, let it be known. Tap the like button, not out of habit, but as a declaration. I agree. I carry testimony. I will shine my light. That small action marks your alignment with heaven's purpose. Finally, subscribe, not for entertainment, but for endurance. This journey cannot be walked with one word alone. You need constant reminders, consistent strength, ongoing truth poured into your spirit. Subscribing is your way of saying, I will not drift. I will stay connected. I will keep my crown guarded. Chosen one. Do not underestimate how these small steps matter. The enemy wants you silent, hidden, disconnected. But every time you share, every time you declare agreement, every time you stay connected, you resist his schemes. These are not trivial actions. They are prophetic declarations. The world may try to shame you into silence. But remember, your voice is powerful. Your story is valuable. Your testimony is unstoppable. No one else can tell it like you can, and someone else's survival may depend on you refusing to stay silent. Chosen one. Imagine the ripple effect. You share this word, and someone else is saved from a counterfeit relationship. You like and comment, and someone scrolling in despair pauses long enough to read, to think, to turn back. You subscribe and stay connected. And in a moment of weakness down the road, the right word arrives just in time to keep you steady. Every act matters. Every testimony counts. Every obedience multiplies. Lift your head. Beloved, stop hiding your light. Stop thinking your story is too broken, too small, too unworthy. Heaven has turned your ashes into a crown. What once brought you shame will now bring others strength. The very battles you thought disqualified you are the proof that you are qualified to speak life into others. Your story will become a warning to the deceived and a hope to the weary. It will show them that the counterfeit is not worth the cost, that obedience is not weakness, that mercy is real, and through you, others will see that God still rescues, still restores, still redeems. Chosen one. Let this be your declaration. I will not waste my survival. I will not keep my testimony silent. I will shine. I will speak. I will stand. The spotlight of heaven is not for your glory but for His. Your obedience will light the way for many who are stumbling in darkness. So rise. Beloved, share this word with boldness. Tap like as a sign of agreement. Subscribe to remain anchored in truth. Let your life be the living proof that God still saves, still calls, still crowns His chosen ones. You are not just a survivor, you are a messenger. You are not just chosen, you are commissioned. Your story is God's weapon against darkness. Use it, shine it, share it, and let the world see the glory that rests on your life. Chosen one. You have come so far, and still the pressure presses against you. This is not a sign of weakness, it is a sign of victory approaching. The resistance you feel is not because you are failing, but because you are frightening the kingdom of darkness. Hell does not waste energy fighting what is harmless. The battle around you is proof of the glory within you. Yet in these moments, you often feel the weight of weariness. You wonder, how long can I keep resisting? How much longer can I endure? Let this word reach deep. You are stronger than you feel, braver than you know, and more protected than you realize. You are not walking alone. Heaven surrounds you. Angels guard you. The Spirit empowers you. But here is the danger. Weariness can blur clarity. The enemy knows he cannot steal your crown outright. So he tries to tire you until you hand it over yourself. He plants whispers like, "It doesn't matter. One compromise won't change anything. You've fought long enough. Just rest here." These whispers are not rest, they are ruin. True rest comes from obedience, never from compromise. Chosen one. Do not let your weariness become the doorway to disobedience. You are closer to breakthrough than you think. The resistance grows stronger because the crown is near. The storm rages harder because the dawn is breaking. Hold firm. Even now, especially now. The Word of God declares in the letter to the Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9, "Let us not become weary in doing good. For at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." Do you see it? Weariness is the enemy's strategy, but perseverance is heaven's promise. If you do not give up, the harvest will come. It is not a question of if, it is only a question of when. Chosen one. The harvest waiting for you is greater than the pain behind you. The testimony rising from your life will not only vindicate your obedience, but will ignite hope in others. Your story is not just survival, it is seed. Every tear you have shed, every no you have whispered in the face of temptation, every lonely stand you have taken, these are seeds planted in the soil of eternity. And the harvest is guaranteed. But here is the call. You must speak it out. Heaven, honor, déclaration, and darkness fears them. That is why I ask you now, as a prophetic act, to write these 3 words in the comments. I won't quit. Just 3 words. Nothing more. But those words carry the weight of your destiny. When you write, "I won't quit," you are not typing into empty air. You are declaring into the unseen. You are saying to heaven, "I will endure until the harvest comes." You are saying to hell, "Your pressure cannot break me." You are saying to your own soul, "I will not give up, no matter how weary I feel." Chosen one. Declarations matter. Think of how many times silence has made you weaker. You felt the battle, but you stayed quiet, and the enemy's whispers grew louder. But when you speak even 3 small words, you shift the atmosphere. You silence the lies. You remind yourself of the truth. You are chosen. And chosen ones do not quit. Do not underestimate this act. The enemy will whisper, "It's pointless. It's just words." But words are never just words. Creation itself began with words. Let there be light. Chains break when truth is spoken. Darkness trembles when obedience is declared. Your "I won't quit" is not small, it is thunder in the spirit. Chosen one. You have already endured storms that others could not have survived. You have resisted temptations that would have destroyed many. You have carried burdens that seemed impossible. Yet here you stand. Do not dishonor your endurance by quitting now. You have already proven your strength. You have already proven your calling. You have already proven that you are chosen, and know this: God has not brought you this far to abandon you now. The same hand that carried you through the valley will carry you into victory. The same Spirit that strengthened you in the night will sustain you in the dawn. You are not holding on by your strength alone. You are held by grace. Remember, the harvest is not only for you. Others are waiting on your endurance. If you quit, they lose hope. But if you stand, they rise with you. Your yes to God today may be the reason someone else says yes tomorrow. This is bigger than you. You are a link in a chain of freedom, stretching beyond what you can see. Chosen one. The weariness will not last forever. The storm will pass. The night will end. But your crown will remain. Your testimony will shine. Your harvest will overflow. Do not let temporary pain rob you of eternal reward. Speak it. Declare it. Write it. I won't quit. Let those words become your anthem when whispers grow loud. Let them echo in your spirit. When temptation rises, let them remind you of who you are. Chosen, set apart, unshakable. You are not defined by how weary you feel. You are defined by how faithful you remain. And faithful you will be. The harvest is coming. The crown is waiting. The testimony is forming, and you will not quit. Chosen one. Lift your eyes. See beyond the storm. The dawn is breaking. The harvest is near. Your endurance will not be wasted. Your obedience will not be forgotten. Your crown will not be stolen. You are chosen, and chosen ones do not quit. Say it once more in your spirit. I won't quit. Chosen one. There is a mystery unfolding around you that few can perceive. The weight you carry is not only your own, the heaviness you feel in your spirit, the battles you fight in silence. The tears that fall when no one sees, these are not isolated moments. You are carrying burdens that go beyond your personal story. Heaven has entrusted you with assignments that stretch into families, communities, and even generations. That is why the intensity has been so great. That is why the opposition has been so fierce. From the outside, others cannot understand. They look at your life and ask, why do they always seem pressed? Why are their nights so restless? What they do not see is that you are an intercessor in disguise. Your prayers, even the ones soaked in tears, are standing in the gap for people who may never know your name. When you resist, you are not only resisting for yourself, you are resisting for them. The Apostle Paul writes in the book of Colossians, chapter 1, verse 24, Now I rejoice in what I am suffering for you, and I fill up in my flesh what is still lacking in regard to Christ's afflictions, for the sake of his body, which is the church. Chosen one. You may not have realized it, but your endurance is not wasted. Every trial you carry, every storm you survive, is shaping not only you, but those connected to your destiny. This is why your battles feel personal, targeted, and endless. You are not only defending your own future, you are blocking generational curses from flowing further. You are standing at the threshold of cycles that ran unchecked for years, saying with your life, it ends here. The addiction that bound others will not bind you. The confusion that clouded families before you will not cloud your line. The despair that silenced voices will not silence yours. Your obedience breaks chains that others could not. Chosen one. Your sleepless nights are not empty. They are battlegrounds. When you lie awake, wrestling with unseen weight. Heaven is using you to intercede for others who cannot yet pray for themselves. You may think, "I am just restless," but in truth, you are standing guard in the Spirit. You are intercepting attacks before they land, shielding lives with prayers that you may never hear, answered on this side of eternity. This is why you cannot afford to fall into despair. Your endurance is not meaningless, it is strategic. The enemy wants you to believe you are isolated, insignificant, powerless. But the opposite is true. You are vital. You are chosen. You are standing in the breach. That is why you feel pressed on every side, because your life is a wall holding back destruction. Chosen one. Your obedience has already saved lives. Though you may never know their names, someone did not end their life because you prayed. Someone resisted temptation because you stood. Someone found hope because you carried light when darkness pressed heavy. Do not measure your impact by what you can see. Heaven measures it by what you cannot. This is why surrender matters so deeply. If you give in, the wall weakens. If you stand, the wall holds. Your choices are not isolated, they are collective. Every yes to God strengthens generations. Every no to sin fortifies futures. You are carrying more than you realize. And heaven has trusted you with this weight because it knows you can endure it. But understand this also, you are not left to carry it alone. The Spirit within you intercedes with groans too deep for words. Angels surround you. Grace sustains you daily. The burden feels heavy because it is real, but it is not unbearable. You are not being crushed, you are being strengthened. What feels like pressure is actually training. Think of how a soldier trains under weight to prepare for battle. They carry loads heavier than what they will face in war, so that when the real fight comes, they are strong enough to endure. Chosen one, this is your training. The weight you carry in secret is building endurance, clarity, and faith that cannot be shaken. When the day of greater battle comes, you will stand unmovable, because you have already endured the training ground. Chosen one, your story is part of something larger. You are a thread in a tapestry too vast for human eyes. You may not see the full design yet, but heaven does. Each moment of surrender, each season of endurance, each prayer in the night is a stitch in that divine masterpiece. Do not despise your part in it. Without your obedience, the design would not be complete. And remember, you are not the first chosen one to feel this weight. Elijah thought he was alone. Yet heaven reminded him there were others. Jesus himself wept in Gethsemane, carrying the weight of those who could not carry themselves. Paul bore chains for the sake of the church. You are walking in the footsteps of those who carried unseen burdens for the sake of eternal glory. Chosen one, the day will come when the weight lifts, when the battle eases, when the harvest blooms. On that day, you will see how every tear watered a field, how every prayer shielded a life, how every act of obedience planted a seed. You will realize that what felt like isolation was intercession, and what felt like heaviness was preparation. Until then, walk with courage. Do not shrink back. Do not let the whispers of despair silence your endurance. You are carrying more than your own story. You are carrying destiny, and heaven is with you, strengthening you, surrounding you, sustaining you. Chosen one, your weight is holy, your burden is sacred, and your endurance is proof that you are chosen not only to survive but to save. Chosen one. There is a reason your journey feels like walking through fire. You are not merely living through circumstances, you are being refined. Fire is not sent to destroy gold, it is sent to reveal its purity. Likewise, the trials you have endured are not signs of abandonment, but of value. You are gold in the hands of the refiner. And every flame around you has been purposeful. At times you have cried out, "Why does it hurt so much? Why does the fire never end?" But what you must see is that God never wastes pain. Each trial has stripped away illusions, removed attachments, and burned off impurities that would have weakened your crown. You may not feel it yet, but what remains after this season will shine brighter than anything you have known before. Chosen one. Others do not understand the intensity of your battles because they are not called to carry the same weight. A crown forged in glory requires a furnace hotter than normal. That is why your storms have been heavier, your nights darker, your pressure greater. Heaven is not cruel, it is crafting. You are being molded into a vessel strong enough to carry the assignment set before you. The prophet Zechariah declared in chapter 13, verse 9, "This third I will put into the fire. I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, 'They are my people.' And they will say, 'The Lord is our God.'" This scripture is not abstract. It is alive in you. You are walking in the furnace of refinement. And though it feels unbearable, it is producing in you a testimony that cannot be stolen. Chosen one. Fire has a way of revealing what words cannot. It shows who truly trusts, who truly surrenders, who truly belongs to God. You are still here, even after storms that should have consumed you. That is proof that the fire is not destroying you, it is strengthening you. Do not fear the flames. What they burn away is what you never needed. Fear instead the absence of refinement, for that would mean you were left untouched, ordinary, unprepared for glory. The fire is painful, yes, but it is also sacred. It is the seal of chosenness, the mark that heaven is shaping you for more. Chosen one. Take comfort in this. Every time you walked through fire, God walked with you, just as he stood with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the furnace. So he has stood with you. The flames may rage, but they cannot consume you, because you are protected by presence. The proof is in your survival. You did not come out smelling of smoke because you were not alone in the fire. The refining process also reveals your true strength. You thought you would collapse, yet here you stand. You thought you would drown in despair, yet hope still flickers inside you. That flicker is not your doing, it is God's spark, preserved in the midst of flames. And one day soon, that spark will blaze into a fire that lights the way for others. Chosen one. The fire is also a filter. It removes those who cannot walk with you into destiny. Some relationships burned away in the flames. Some opportunities disappeared in the heat. Some identities you once clung to crumbled in the pressure. These losses felt painful, but they were purification. What survives the fire is what was always meant to remain. Do not cling to ashes when heaven is giving you gold. Do not mourn what the fire consumed when what remains is stronger, purer, eternal. The fire is not your enemy, it is your ally. It is shaping you into someone who can carry weight without breaking, someone who can lead without corruption, someone who can shine without compromise. Chosen one. Many would not endure what you have. Many would crumble. Many would surrender. Many would abandon the path. But you, though weary, though scarred, though shaken, are still walking. That perseverance is itself evidence of refinement. The fire has not destroyed you because you are not ordinary metal. You are gold. And gold only gleams brighter when tested. Your tears in the fire have not been wasted. They have watered seeds you cannot yet see. Your cries have reached the throne of heaven, and every one of them has been heard. You may feel as though your prayers bounce back unheard. But the truth is that heaven collects each one, storing them until the moment of release. Nothing you have endured has been ignored. Chosen one. Trust the process. Refinement is temporary. Glory is eternal. The fire will not last forever. A season will come when the flames fade, and you will step out, shining, carrying a testimony that speaks louder than any sermon. Others will look at you and ask, "How did you survive? How did you endure?" And your answer will be simple, "Because God was with me in the fire." This is the destiny of the chosen, to walk through what others cannot, to survive what others would not, to emerge carrying glory that others need. Your survival is not only about you, it is about the many who will find hope in your story. That is why heaven allows the flames, because what they produce will feed nations. Chosen one. You are almost through. The fire has burned long, but its work is nearly complete. Do not give up in the final stages. Do not abandon the furnace when purity is being revealed. Trust that what is left after the flames will be worth every tear, every scar, every moment of pain. Lift your head. See beyond the smoke. The fire is not forever. The refiner's hands are steady, and when he pulls you out, you will not only survive, you will shine. Chosen one. The Spirit speaks again with clarity and urgency. This is not the time to be silent. This is the time to declare, too much has been invested in you. Too many chains have already been broken. Too much mercy has already been poured out for you to hesitate now. What you declare in this moment is not just about your emotions, it is about your alignment. Heaven is waiting for your agreement. You may not realize it, but your silence has power. Silence gives room for the enemy to whisper louder. Silence allows confusion to take root. Silence creates space for compromise. But when you speak, when you act, when you declare, you shift the atmosphere. Your words are not empty, they are spiritual weapons. Every declaration of truth strikes at the lies that have surrounded you. Chosen one. Heaven has always partnered with declarations. Creation itself began, not in silence, but in the thunder of words. Let there be light. Every miracle in Scripture carried a spoken element. Prophets proclaimed. Jesus declared. Apostle preached. Words release power into the unseen. When you remain silent, the atmosphere remains unchanged. But when you speak, you release divine authority. This is why the Spirit presses you now. You are not speaking empty syllables, you are releasing creative force that aligns earth with heaven. What you declare shifts realities both within you and around you. And understand this, beloved, your declaration is also a shield. Lies lose their grip when confronted with spoken truth. Fear dissolves when your mouth agrees with heaven's promises. Confusion breaks when you proclaim clarity aloud. The enemy thrives in secrecy and silence, but he cannot stand in the presence of words birthed in faith. That is why your 444 matters. That is why your agreement matters. You are not merely typing, you are striking. You are not just speaking, you are fortifying. Every declaration builds walls around your destiny that darkness cannot penetrate. The word of God thunders in the book of Job, chapter 22, verse 28. You will also declare a thing, and it will be established for you. So light will shine on your ways. Chosen one. This is not poetry, it is a principle. What you declare is established. What you speak in faith becomes reality in your path. If you declare despair, despair multiplies. If you declare obedience, light breaks forth. This is why the Spirit asks you now to seal your agreement with a prophetic number. Type 444 inches, the comments. Not for vanity, not for ritual, but for declaration. 4 is the number of foundation, and 444 is a triple foundation. Heaven reminding you that your steps are being made steady. Your ground is being made secure. Your future is being anchored in truth. By writing 444, you are saying, my life is not built on sand, but on the rock. My choices will not be swayed by lies, but rooted in truth. My destiny is not fragile, but established in God. You are laying bricks in the unseen, fortifying walls that will stand when storms come. Chosen one. Think of how foundations work. They are unseen, buried, unnoticed, yet everything depends on them. Without a foundation, the most beautiful building collapses. In the same way, your unseen decisions, your whispered prayers, your hidden obedience, these are the foundations of your destiny. And today, by declaring 444, you are strengthening those foundations. Do not despise this prophetic act. The enemy will mock, whispering, "It's only numbers. It means nothing." But the enemy always mocks what he fears. He knows that when chosen ones align with heaven through declaration, strongholds crumble. He knows that when you seal your obedience with action, his influence weakens. Remember the walls of Jericho. They did not fall because of human strategy. They fell because of obedience and declaration. A shout, simple yet prophetic, brought down what seemed immovable. In the same way, your act of typing 444 is more than digits. It is a shout in the spirit, a cry of alignment, a strike against the walls standing before your destiny. Chosen one. The foundation you are building now will outlast the battles of today. Others may crumble when storms come, but you will stand. Others may be swept away by counterfeit promises, but you will remain. Why? Because your life is anchored, your destiny established, your spirit fortified. Do not underestimate how much this matters. Look back. Every time you ignored the whisper to declare, confusion lingered. Every time you stepped into obedience, peace followed. That pattern is proof that words matter, actions matter, agreement matters. Today is no different. Chosen one. Imagine what will unfold because of your obedience now. Generations after, you will stand on the foundation you built. Your family will benefit from the walls you fortified. Your story will become the testimony others lean on. What feels like a small act today will echo into eternity. But remember also, foundations are tested. Storms will come. Winds will blow. Floods will rise. The counterfeit may look steady for a season, but only true foundations remain. This is why you cannot afford to waver. Your foundation must be God, His Word, His ways. Nothing else can sustain you. And this is exactly what 444 symbolizes, not a number, but a vow. A vow that your life is built on Him. A vow that you will not move with the shifting sands of culture. A vow that when storms rise, you will remain unshaken. Chosen one. Let this act seal your spirit. Declare it boldly. Write it clearly. Let 444 be your covenant with heaven and your defiance against hell. And as you do, know that angels record your obedience. Heaven celebrates your alignment, and light shines brighter on your path. Your crown depends on your foundation. Your destiny depends on your stability. Your inheritance depends on your alignment. And today, you are building what cannot be shaken. Chosen one, lift your eyes. The storms may rage. The whispers may press. The battles may intensify. But you are established. You are anchored. You are chosen. And your foundation will not fail. Chosen one. The further you walk, the clearer it becomes. Your journey is not only about your survival, but about your assignment. You have endured storms not to remain hidden, but to shine. You have carried battles not to remain silent, but to speak. Everything you went through was preparation for this moment, the moment where your testimony becomes a light for others. The enemy would rather you stay quiet. He wants you to think your story has no value, that your scars disqualify you, that your failures make you unworthy to speak. But heaven sees it differently. Heaven looks at you and says, "This one has walked through fire and not been consumed. This one has been pressed but not crushed. This one has a crown that still shines." That is why the Spirit presses you to rise and to share. Chosen one. Your silence was once survival, but now it would be disobedience. There is a season for hiding and a season for shining. Heaven declares that the hiding is over. What was once your secret pain is now becoming your sacred testimony. The very things you thought disqualified you are the marks that prove your chosenness. Your voice is no longer meant to be hushed. It is meant to echo. The enemy thrives in shadows, but light exposes him. Every time you speak your truth, you strip him of power. Every time you share your testimony, you weaken his grip on someone else. That is why your voice carries weight. You do not need perfect words. You need honest ones. Even a whisper of truth from a chosen one has more impact than 1,000 lies shouted from darkness. Chosen one. Others are waiting for your courage. There are people silently praying for confirmation, asking God for proof that they can survive what they are going through. Your story is their answer. Your testimony is their sign. Do not underestimate it. What feels ordinary to you may be the exact miracle someone else needs to keep going. Speak it, share it, and let heaven use your life as living evidence. Chosen one. The voice of God through the prophet Isaiah. Chapter 55, verse 11, declares, "So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire and achieve the purpose for which I sent it." Do you see it? Every time God speaks, something shifts. And when you share His word through your voice, through your testimony, Through even the act of passing this message along, you are releasing the same authority. It does not return empty. It lands where it needs to, accomplishing what heaven intended. That is why your obedience in this moment matters. Sharing this word is not about algorithms or attention. It is about alignment. Someone in your circle, someone in your reach, may desperately need this reminder today. They may be standing exactly where you once stood, on the edge of compromise or despair. Your simple act of sharing may be the interruption that saves their crown. And if this word touches your spirit, do not remain passive. Tap the like button as your act of agreement. You are not doing it for numbers. You are doing it as a prophetic action. By clicking, you are saying, I hear you. Lord, I receive this word. I stand in alignment. Small actions carry great meaning when they are born out of obedience. Finally, subscribe, not because you need another notification in your day, but because you cannot afford to walk this path without consistent reminders of who you are. The battle is too intense, the distractions too many, to fight without continual truth, strengthening your spirit. Subscribing is not about following, it is about planting yourself in a stream of words that guard your crown and fuel your courage. Chosen one. Understand this: the kingdom of darkness thrives on silence, isolation, and distraction. But every act of agreement you make, every testimony you release, every word you carry to others, disrupts its schemes. That is why your voice is powerful. That is why your obedience in this moment carries weight. You may not see the ripple immediately, but heaven does. Think of it like this: a single torch can ignite hundreds of others without losing its flame. You are that torch. Your obedience, your testimony, your willingness to shine can set others alight. And when they rise, they will carry light to others, multiplying what began in you. This is how revival spreads, not through grand gestures, but through small, faithful acts of obedience multiplied. Chosen one. You may feel ordinary, but heaven calls you extraordinary. You may feel weary, but heaven calls you chosen. You may feel unseen, but heaven calls you a vessel of light. Your agreement today, your willingness to share, to like, to subscribe, to stand marks you, not as a passive listener, but as an active warrior. And here is the truth: your testimony is unstoppable. The enemy tried to silence you with shame, but your scars are now proof of survival. He tried to crush you with despair, but your endurance is proof of strength. He tried to chain you with counterfeit promises, but your resistance is proof of discernment. Everything he meant for destruction has become evidence of your chosenness. That is the testimony you carry, and it must not remain hidden. So rise. Chosen one. Let your obedience be loud. Let your testimony be visible. Share this word boldly, because someone needs to hear what you now know. Tap like as a sign of your covenant with truth. Subscribe to stay rooted in words that keep you aligned. These are not shallow actions. They are declarations that you will not walk in silence. You will not drift in compromise. You will not hide your light. Your crown shines brighter with every act of obedience. Your destiny grows stronger with every testimony you release, and your story becomes a lifeline for those who are drowning. This is who you are. This is why you were chosen, not only to endure, but to proclaim, not only to survive, but to shine. Chosen one. Your voice matters. Your obedience matters. Your light matters. Do not shrink back. Stand boldly. Act decisively. And let the world see that heaven's chosen ones are unstoppable. Chosen one. Your battle has not gone unnoticed. Heaven has seen every tear, every lonely night, every moment you felt like giving up. The fact that you are here, reading these words, is proof of something extraordinary. You have not been defeated. The fire that tried to consume you failed. The chains that tried to bind you broke. You are still standing. And that survival is not weakness, it is victory. But now, the Spirit presses you for more. Survival is not the end goal. You were never meant just to crawl out of the storm. You were meant to rise as a conqueror. And conquerors do not remain silent. Conquerors declare their stance. And their words echo into eternity. This is why, in this moment, you are being asked to open your mouth and put your faith on record. Scripture says in the book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 11, "They triumphed over him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. They did not love their lives so much as to shrink from death." Chosen one, do you hear this? The blood covers you. Yes, but it is your testimony, your declaration that seals your victory. Silence does not terrify darkness. Déclaration do. That is why I ask you now to type these 3 words in the comments. I choose life. Just 3 words. But 3 words that carry thunder in the spirit. With them, you are saying to heaven, I embrace the path of obedience. You are saying to hell, you cannot lure me with death disguised as pleasure. You are saying to yourself, my crown matters too much to trade for crumbs. Do not see this as routine. See it as covenant. Every time you declare truth, you strengthen your spirit. Every time you put words to your faith, you silence the lies that surround you. When you type, I choose life, you are not speaking into a void. You are shaking the unseen. You are planting a flag on the battlefield of your destiny. Chosen one, think of the times you remained silent, how the whispers grew louder, how the confusion deepened, how the weight pressed harder, and think of the times you declared truth, even trembling, how peace returned, how clarity sharpened, how strength rose. This pattern proves that declarations matter. Heaven honors them. Darkness fears them. By writing, I choose life, you are not just deciding for today. You are shaping your tomorrow. You are breaking agreements with lies that promised pleasure but delivered chains. You are tearing up contracts written in fear and replacing them with promises anchored in truth. Your future depends on the words you speak now. Chosen one, imagine the ripple effect. Someone else, weary and unsure, will read your declaration and find courage to write their own. Your 3 words may become the spark that ignites their endurance. This is not just about you, it is about the many whose lives are tied to your testimony. Heaven chose you not only to survive, but to lead. And leaders declare boldly, do not underestimate the simplicity of this act. The walls of Jericho did not fall by military strength, but by a shout. Gideon's army won, not by numbers, but by obedience to strange instructions. In the same way, your declaration today may look small, but it carries weight in the spirit. It is obedience that unlocks victory. Chosen one, the enemy will mock you. He will whisper, it's silly, it's pointless, it won't change anything. But understand this, he mocks what he fears. He fears your agreement with truth. He fears your declaration of life. He fears your refusal to stay silent. Because every time you declare, his grip weakens. Every time you choose life, his plans crumble. This is why heaven insists. Declare boldly. Speak clearly. Write it down where others can see. Let the world and the unseen realms know that you are not confused, not undecided, not wavering. You are chosen, and you choose life. And when you do, chosen one, peace will follow, strength will rise. The weight on your chest will lift, not because circumstances change immediately, but because you align yourself with truth. Truth always brings freedom. Lies may glitter for a moment, but they always enslave. Today, your declaration breaks the chains of deception and anchors you in freedom. So type it, say it, seal it. I choose life. Let those 3 words echo in your spirit. Let them silence the whispers of compromise. Let them remind you tomorrow and the day after that your crown is worth more than any counterfeit the enemy offers. Chosen one. The battle may rage, but your declaration is stronger. The storm may howl, but your stance is unshakable. You are chosen, and chosen ones do not shrink back. They declare boldly. They stand firmly. They shine brightly. Declare it now. I choose life. Chosen one. There are seasons when the weight feels unbearable, when every step forward feels resisted, and when every breath feels like a battle. You have walked through such seasons, and yet you are still here. This is not a coincidence. It is evidence. Evidence that your life is not sustained by chance but by purpose. Evidence that heaven's hand has held you when your strength was gone. Evidence that the mark of chosenness cannot be erased by storms. But you must understand something deeper. Endurance itself is not wasted. Every tear, every night of struggle, every silent battle has produced something eternal within you. While the world sees only scars, heaven sees strength. While others may only notice your weakness, heaven celebrates your perseverance. What you carried was never pointless. It was preparation. Chosen one. The battles you endured have shaped you into someone different from who you once were. Before, you may have doubted your strength, questioned your calling, or wrestled with fear. But look at you now, even weary. You are wiser, even scarred. You are stronger, even pressed. You are still walking. That resilience is not human, it is divine. It is proof of the Spirit working within you, shaping you into a vessel that cannot be shaken. The Apostle Peter reminds us in his first letter, chapter 5, verse 10, "And the God of all grace, who called you to his eternal glory in Christ, after you have suffered a little while, will himself restore you and make you strong, firm and steadfast." Chosen one. Let these words sink into your spirit. The suffering was never meant to last forever. The trials are temporary, but the restoration is eternal. Strength, firmness, steadfastness, these are the gifts being formed in you through endurance. You may look at your scars and feel shame, but heaven looks at them and sees proof. Proof that the fire could not consume you. Proof that the storm could not drown you. Proof that the chains could not hold you. Your scars are not weaknesses, they are testimonies. They declare that you have walked through valleys and emerged still chosen, still marked. still standing. Chosen one. It is time to reframe how you see yourself. Stop measuring your worth by how perfect your path looks. Stop assuming your struggle disqualify you. If anything, they qualify you. They prove that your faith is genuine. They prove that your crown is real. They prove that your destiny is unshakable. Those who never battle never shine. But your shine has been forged in fire. Think of this. Every storm you faced trained you. Every attack sharpened you. Every temptation you resisted built strength within you. The enemy hoped to destroy you with these battles, but heaven turned them into tools. What was meant to crush you has only made you unbreakable. What was meant to silence you has only made your voice louder. What was meant to end you has only marked you for greater glory. Chosen one. Endurance is not glamorous. It rarely feels victorious in the moment. Most of the time, it feels heavy, lonely, exhausting, but its fruit is undeniable. Endurance produces character. Character produces hope. And hope never disappoints because it is rooted in God's faithfulness. You may not see the full harvest yet, but it is growing. Every act of endurance has planted seeds that will bloom in seasons to come. Even now, unseen victories are unfolding because you did not quit. Relationships are being preserved because you stood. Generational chains are breaking because you endured. Futures are being written differently because you refused to surrender. You thought you were just surviving, but you were shaping history. Chosen one. Do not despise your endurance. It is holy. It is sacred. It is the mark of someone chosen not just to be blessed, but to be a blessing. Others will draw strength from your story. Others will find courage in your scars. Others will learn perseverance from your example. You are carrying more than your own destiny. You are carrying hope for many. And know this, the God who saw you through past storms will not abandon you now. He who restored you before will restore you again. His grace is not exhausted. His mercy is not diminished. His faithfulness is not broken. The same power that kept you then keeps you now, and the same Spirit that strengthened you before strengthens you today. Chosen one. Lift your head. You are not weak, you are steadfast. You are not forgotten, you are being restored. You are not ordinary, you are chosen. And your endurance is proof that nothing can separate you from the love and purpose of God. The valley may have been deep, but it did not bury you. The fire may have been hot, but it did not consume you. The storm may have been fierce, but it did not drown you. You are still here, and that is enough evidence that you are marked for glory. Endure. Beloved, do not grow weary in your steadfastness, for every season of suffering leads to a season of restoration. Every tear will be redeemed. Every scar will shine. Every burden will give way to blessing. Chosen one. Your endurance has already spoken louder than words. It has proven who you are, and who you are is unshakable, unstoppable, undeniable. You are chosen, and chosen ones endure. Chosen one. The battles you face are not only natural, they are deeply spiritual. What you feel in your emotions, what you see in your circumstances, is only the surface. Beneath it lies a war between light and darkness, truth and deception, destiny and destruction. This is why your journey feels so intense. You are not simply living an ordinary life. You are walking through the heart of spiritual warfare. The enemy does not fight where there is no threat. He invests his energy in opposing those who carry crowns, mantles, and assignments. That is why his attacks have often felt personal. He saw your mark long before you understood it yourself. He recognized your light before you could name it. From the start, you were identified as a threat, and every trap set against you was proof of your chosenness. Chosen one. The battle you feel in your mind, the endless doubts, the heavy thoughts, the sudden waves of fear are not random. They are fiery darts aimed at your confidence and clarity. The enemy knows that if he can distort your mind, he can delay your steps. But your mind is not his playground. It belongs to the Lord. That is why Scripture calls you to renew your thoughts daily, to anchor them in truth stronger than lies. He attacks your emotions too, stirring loneliness, rejection, and despair, hoping you will surrender to feelings instead of faith. But emotions are not masters, they are signals. When fear rises, it signals you to lean into courage. When loneliness presses, it signals you to recognize the presence that never leaves you. Your emotions may shout loudly, but they do not define you. Heaven's truth defines you, and truth always silences the storms of the heart. Chosen one. Even your environment is a battleground. Distractions appear in endless forms, pulling at your focus, tempting you to waste time, draining your energy. These are not accidents, they are strategies to keep you from sharpening your spirit. But you have authority. You can choose what enters your atmosphere, what voices you listen to, what seeds you allow to grow. The enemy may set distractions before you, but only you decide if they take root. Your vigilance keeps your crown secure. Yet in all of this, you must remember, you are not fighting unarmed. You have been given weapons stronger than any opposition. You may feel weak, but your strength does not come from flesh or willpower. It comes from God. The Apostle Paul declares in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 10, verse 4, "The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds." Chosen one. You are armed with divine power. Strongholds that seem immovable can fall. Lies that seem unbreakable can shatter. Chains that seem permanent can be destroyed. Chosen one. The battle is fierce because the stakes are high. You are carrying an assignment too great to be wasted. That is why deception has tried to surround you, hoping you will hand over your crown without realizing its value. The enemy does not need to kill you to defeat you. He only needs to distract you, to convince you that compromise is harmless. But you know better. The spirit within you has already sounded the alarm, warning you that every small choice is a brick in either freedom or captivity. Understand this: spiritual warfare is not always loud. Sometimes it comes disguised in opportunities that look good, but drain your peace. Sometimes it appears in relationships that flatter you, but weaken your focus. Sometimes it hides in thoughts that sound like your own voice, but are whispers designed to erode your faith. That is why discernment is vital. Without discernment, you risk calling danger, destiny, and chains blessings. On, chosen one. Do not fear this war. You are not a victim, you are a warrior. Every time you pray, you swing a sword in the spirit. Every time you resist temptation, you raise a shield. Every time you declare truth, you send arrows into darkness. You may not see it with your eyes, but heaven sees every strike, every defense, every victory, and darkness feels it. This is why persistence matters. One prayer may feel small. One act of obedience may feel insignificant, but together they build momentum. Warfare is rarely won in one blow. It is won in repeated strikes, in steady endurance, in daily faithfulness. You may not feel dramatic shifts every day, but each step you take in obedience weakens the grip of darkness over your life. Think of Daniel, who prayed 3 times a day despite opposition. His consistency broke through unseen resistance. Think of Elijah, who prayed until the rain came. His persistence brought heaven's promise to earth. Think of Jesus, who endured the wilderness by resisting 3 times with the word. His obedience dismantled the enemy's plan. You are walking in their footsteps. Your persistence is your victory. Chosen one, do not grow weary in this fight. You are not fighting alone. Angels war on your behalf. The Spirit intercedes with groans deeper than words. Your cries are joined to a chorus in heaven that shakes the unseen realms. You may feel outnumbered, but you are surrounded by a greater army. Your assignment requires warfare, but it also guarantees victory. The outcome is not uncertain. Light always overcomes darkness. The question is not whether victory will come, but whether you will endure until it arrives. That is why endurance is essential. Why faith is vital. Why surrender is powerful. Victory is certain, but participation is chosen. Chosen one. Take courage in this. The ground you stand on today is already proof of past victories. You are not where you once were. Chains that bound you before are broken now. Lies that deceived you once have no power over you now. You have already conquered more than you realize. And those victories are the foundation for what is ahead. Do not let present battles blind you to past victories. Look back and see how many times the enemy thought he had you, but you rose again. Look at the doors that closed because they were traps. Look at the nights you thought you would not survive. Yet here you are. Those memories are not accidents. They are reminders that God has always fought for you, and He still does. Chosen one. Warfare is not a curse. It is confirmation. If you were ordinary, the enemy would not bother. If you carried nothing, he would not resist you. But because you are chosen, because you are marked, because your crown is real, you have become a target. Take that not as fear, but as evidence. You matter. Your assignment matters. Your destiny matters. So stand firm. Lift your shield. Wield your sword. Declare truth even when lies surround you. Pray even when silence feels louder than answers. Obey even when temptation looks easier. Each act of faith is another blow against darkness. Another brick removed from the strongholds around you. And remember, the war may rage, but the end is already written. The Lamb has triumphed. Light wins. Glory prevails. You, chosen one, are on the side of victory. Chosen one. As the days pass and the battles grow heavier, you may sometimes wonder if your endurance has any meaning at all. You ask yourself, am I truly making progress, or am I walking in circles, fighting the same storms again and again? But hear this truth: no step of obedience is ever wasted. No tear shed in faith is ever ignored. No battle resisted is ever overlooked. The God who called you keeps perfect record of your perseverance. and He is shaping something eternal through your temporary trials. The journey you walk has layers. On the surface, it looks like struggle, endless resistance, repeated temptations, long seasons of waiting. But beneath the surface, foundations are being laid. Your spirit is growing roots deeper than you can see. And in time, what is hidden underground will break forth in visible strength. The slow work of God is often the surest. What takes time lasts the longest. Chosen one. You have felt like you've been placed in the shadows, hidden while others shine. But this hiddenness is protection. Seeds are never planted on display. They are buried in soil. To the casual eye, it looks like death. But in truth, life is forming in secret. You are that seed. Heaven has buried you, not to abandon you, but to prepare you for a greater season of growth. The prophet Isaiah declares in chapter 45, verse 3, "I will give you hidden treasures, riches stored in secret places, so that you may know that I am the Lord, the God of Israel, who summons you by name, chosen one." Even in the hidden places, treasures are being entrusted to you. The world may not see them yet, but heaven knows exactly what is being deposited in your spirit. You are richer than you realize, stronger than you know, more prepared than you feel. Hiddenness is painful because it feels like delay. But delay is not denial. Delay is a divine pause that protects your purpose from premature exposure. What is released too soon collapses under weight it cannot carry. That is why you are being refined in silence, tested in secret, strengthened in solitude. Heaven is shaping you to handle what is coming, so that when you are revealed, you will not crumble. Chosen one, even your waiting is warfare. Every day you resist the urge to quit. You declare to darkness that you will not surrender. Every time you choose patience over panic, you silence the lies that say you are forgotten. Waiting is not weakness, it is strength disguised. It proves you trust God more than your circumstances, more than your emotions, more than the whispers of fear. Your hidden season is also your proving ground. Just as David tended sheep before he faced Goliath, you are being trained in obscurity before you face your assignment. No one applauded David in the fields. No one noticed when he killed lions and bears. Yet those secret victories prepared him for public triumph. In the same way, your private endurance is equipping you for visible glory. Do not despise this process. Do not envy those who seem to rise faster. Quick success is often shallow, but what you are building is deep, lasting, eternal. Heaven is not in a hurry, because what God is shaping in you is too weighty to be rushed. Chosen one, your tears water the soil of your destiny. Your prayers plant seeds others cannot see. Your faith builds a foundation that cannot be shaken. You may feel buried, but you are not dead, you are planted. And soon, what has been hidden will break through, carrying fruit that others will feed from. The Spirit also reminds you of this: the hiddenness is not forever. A day is coming when what you have carried in silence will shine. What you endured in private will become public testimony, and what you thought was wasted time will be revealed as sacred preparation. That day is closer than you think. Chosen one. Remember Joseph, sold into slavery, thrown into prison, forgotten by men, but never forgotten by God. His hidden season lasted years. Yet in one day, God raised him from obscurity to the throne. In one moment, hiddenness gave way to revelation, and everything he endured suddenly made sense. Your story will echo the same pattern. The day will come when you will look back and say, "Now I understand why I had to wait, why I had to endure, why I had to fight." Until then, though not lose heart. The silence is not absence. The waiting is not waste. The hiddenness is not abandonment. Every moment is accounted for. Every battle is shaping you. Every delay is protecting you. And every tear is being collected by the one who called you, chosen one. Even now, you are surrounded. The unseen army of heaven watches over you. The Spirit within you intercedes when you cannot find words. The Father, before you, charts your path, making crooked places straight. You are never alone in this hidden season, even if it feels like no one notices. Let this truth strengthen you. You are chosen not only to shine in the open, but to endure in the hidden. You are chosen not only to fight in public, but to win battles in secret. You are chosen not only to carry glory, but to be refined in obscurity. Every stage of your journey is holy. Every season is sacred. Every moment is part of the design. Lift your head. Beloved, do not resent where you are. See it for what it is, the soil of your destiny, the furnace of your refinement, the foundation of your future. Hiddenness is shaping you. Waiting is preparing you. Endurance is strengthening you. And when the time comes, the world will see what heaven always knew. You were chosen from the beginning, and nothing could stop the crown prepared for you. Chosen one. The path you have walked has been long, winding, and costly. Yet as you stand here at the close of one season and the threshold of another, you must see the truth. Every step has carried meaning. None of it has been wasted. The storms that threatened to break you only revealed your strength. The chains that tried to hold you only proved your freedom. The nights that felt endless only sharpened your endurance. What you thought would destroy you has become the very foundation of your testimony. You must understand that your journey was never meant to be easy. Chosen ones are never called into comfort. They are called into purpose. And purpose always carries weight. The weight of responsibility, the weight of discernment, the weight of sacrifice. While others lived freely, you carried burdens they could not see. While others moved without consequence, every step you took echoed into eternity. This has not been punishment, it has been preparation. The voice of God through the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 11, still rings true. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Chosen one, your story is not drifting. It is designed. Your destiny is not fragile. It is secured by the one who has written your beginning and your end. What feels uncertain to you has already been settled in heaven. Chosen one, reflect on the path behind you. Remember the nights you thought you would not survive. Yet mercy lifted you. Remember the traps that nearly ensnared you. Yet grace delivered you. Remember the moments when silence screamed louder than hope. Yet the whisper of God carried you forward. These memories are not to shame you, they are to remind you of your survival. You are proof that chosenness is not theory, it is reality, lived in blood, sweat, and tears. Now, as you step into what is ahead, Heaven reminds you of this. You are not entering unprepared. Everything you endured has equipped you. Every battle has trained you. Every scar has taught you. You may feel weary, but you are wiser. You may feel fragile, but you are fortified. You may feel small, but heaven sees a giant. What you carry is enough for what is coming. Chosen one. Do not fear the unknown. The same God who carried you through the past walks before you into the future. He has not failed you yet, and he will not begin now. You are not stepping into uncertainty, you are stepping into promise. The steps may look unclear to you, but they are ordered. The ground may feel shaky, but it is secure. Your crown is waiting, and heaven is cheering you forward. The weight you carry will not always feel heavy. The tears you cried will not always fall. The loneliness you felt will not always linger. There is a season of unveiling ahead. A season where what was hidden will be revealed. Where what was planted will bloom. Where what was whispered in secret will be shouted in testimony. The day is coming when you will understand why the road was so long. Why the battles were so fierce. Why the silence was so loud. Chosen one. Remember, your story is not only for you. It is for those who will come after you. Those who will walk paths like yours. Those who will need proof that survival is possible. You are becoming that proof. You are becoming the testimony that others will cling to when their nights feel endless. Your endurance will light their way. Your survival will strengthen their resolve. Your crown will remind them that theirs is worth fighting for too. This is the sacred burden of chosenness, to live not only for yourself, but for others. To endure not only for your own crown, but for the freedom of many. To shine not only for your own glory, but for the glory of the one who called you. Your life is bigger than you realize, and your influence stretches further than you can see. Chosen one. The time of hiding is ending. The season of preparation is complete. What heaven has been shaping in you will soon be revealed through you. Do not shrink back. Do not doubt your readiness. The fire has refined you. The storms have strengthened you. The silence has sharpened you. You are ready for what is ahead. You are ready to carry the weight of your crown. You are ready to step fully into your assignment. And as you walk forward, never forget, you are not alone. The same spirit that whispered in the night, that carried you through the fire, that lifted you when you fell, is still with you. Angels still surround you. Heaven still watches over you. You are covered. You are kept. You are crowned. Chosen one. Lift your head high. Walk with confidence. You are not an accident. Not a mistake. Not forgotten. You are chosen. You are marked. You are destined. And nothing, no storm, nor chain, no whisper of darkness can stop what heaven has declared over your life. Step boldly. Step faithfully. Step knowing that the best is yet to come. Chosen one. As we close this journey together, pause for a moment and feel the weight of what has been spoken into your life. These words have not been random, they were for you. Every warning, every encouragement, every scripture, heaven has been aligning your steps and guarding your crown. The fact that you are still here, still reading, still breathing, is proof that God has not abandoned you, not even once. You have walked through fire and storms. You have endured rejection, loneliness, and spiritual battles that would have crushed others. Yet here you stand alive, chosen, marked. That survival is not ordinary, it is supernatural. Your testimony is forming even now, and the crown that waits for you is worth every tear, every scar, every night of struggle, but chosen one. Remember this, your journey is not only about you, your story carries power for others. There are countless souls right now who feel the very despair you once felt, who are battling the very lies you once believed. They need light. They need proof. They need a voice reminding them that survival is possible, that freedom is real, that chosenness is not a dream, it is destiny. And you can be that voice. That is why I ask you now, share this message, not for attention, not for numbers, but for rescue. Someone scrolling aimlessly may stumble here at the exact moment they need it most. Your simple act of sharing could become their lifeline, their holy interruption, their turning point. Never underestimate how far your obedience can reach. If this word has pierced your heart, let your agreement be visible. Tap the like button, not casually, but intentionally. Each act of agreement is a banner in the spirit. When you press like, you are saying, I receive this, I walk in this, I declare that I am chosen, and I will endure. Leave your voice in the comments as well. Do not remain silent. Even a single sentence, your Amen, your I believe, your This is for me, becomes a declaration that cuts through the noise of doubt. Your comment is not just for you, it is for others who will read and find courage in knowing they are not alone. You never know whose spirit may be lifted because you chose to write what they were too afraid to say. And finally, subscribe, not as a routine, but as a commitment. The battles are real, the distractions, many, and you cannot walk this road without continual reminders of who you are. Each new word that arrives will be fresh armor for your soul, strengthening you in moments when the fight feels too heavy. Subscribing is your way of saying, I will stay connected. I will not drift. I will guard my crown until the very end. Chosen one, let your obedience ripple. Share this word. Like it as a declaration. Comment as a testimony. Subscribe as a commitment. You are not just receiving truth, you are carrying it forward. And as you do, heaven rejoices. Darkness trembles. And your destiny shines brighter than ever before. You are chosen. You are marked. You are unstoppable. And your story is only beginning.